Motion regarding the youngest child. Let's go back and only from the latest hearing related to this case. This is earlier this month. We're going to pick it up with Hudson's oldest son, the victim's stepbrother, Andrew.
Please state your name, sir.
Andrew Hudson.
And how old are you, sir?
18.
What's your birthday?
10/4/07.
You just turned 18 October 4th of this year?
Yes, sir.
And who do you reside with?
My dad.
And how long have you resided with your dad?
2 years.
And when you've been residing with your dad, have you been able to maintain contact with your brother?
No, not really.
What do you mean, not really?
Very, very little contact.
And why is that?
I haven't been allowed to see him. Yeah.
Who has he been living with up until recently?
Up to my knowledge, my mom.
How about your sister, Brooke? Have you been able to have contact with her since you've been living with your father?
I've seen her a few times, but it's kind of the same thing as my brother.
You mean they haven't been allowed to see her?
I've seen her recently once, but other than that, it was a while ago.
The recent time that you saw her, when was that?
I don't remember the exact date, but it was a weekend or two ago.
Did it coincide with the holiday?
Yeah, Thanksgiving. Yeah, sorry.
Was it Thanksgiving Day or just another day? Or
It was just Thanksgiving Day.
And how much time did you get to spend with Brooke?
It was about the full day.
Was your father there as well?
Yeah.
And did Brooke appear to be scared of your father in any way?
No, she was fine. She was happy-go-lucky, playing around.
Did you interact with Brooke?
Yeah.
How did things go between you and Brooke?
We had a great time. I was playing around with her. She was having a good time, up to my knowledge.
Before you started staying with your father full-time, did you and Brooke have a decent relationship?
Yeah, I mean, there was obviously the siblings, that kind of stuff, but other than that, me and her on good terms.
Are you still attending school?
Yes, sir.
You intend to graduate high school?
Yes, sir.
And is there any reason why Brooke couldn't live with your father?
No, not that I know of.
You doing well in school?
Yes, sir.
Why did you come to live with your father?
I believed I was better off over here with my dad.
Why did you believe you were better off?
Because I was going to finish out school and do trade school.
When your mother relocated, what was your understanding of what was going to happen with you?
I was going to finish out school over here and then possibly go to school to be a craner operator over there.
Had you talked to your mother about that?
We talked about it a few times, yes.
And is that what happened?
No, that's not what happened.
Okay.
Was
there some sort of problem that occurred?
Other than what happened before when they came in and took me.
So your understanding was that you were going to finish out school and then possibly relocate?
Mr. Smith, if I could get a time frame.
Yes, ma'am. Do you remember when this was?
I don't remember the exact date, no. But it was around prom, it was right after prom of last year, not last year, the year before last.
So not during this school year?
No.
The previous school year?
It was, I think, 2 school years ago.
And
So we're talking about 2023,
I believe so.
and prom occurs generally in the spring or in the fall?
To be honest, I don't remember.
You don't recall? Okay.
do you remember where you are as far as how far along in school that year?
I don't, honestly.
So let me just stop you a second. So you're questioning about incidents that occurred back in 2023. How would that be relevant to whether Brooke is in imminent risk of harm today, as we sit here in December of 2025?
Well, you gotta, first off, I know he doesn't remember the date, but it would have been 24, based on the relocation of the parties.
But but let me ask you this, would it have occurred prior to the party's stipulation that permitted Mrs. Hudson to move to and relocate to Brevard County?
No, it was after, Your Honor.
So it occurred after the stipulation?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'll give you a little bit of leeway then.
Was there some sort of altercation that happened between yourself and your mother?
Yes, when they came in and took me from, they came in and took me from school and took me to Titusville.
How did you find out they were taking you to Titusville?
After I got in the car and they had took my phone already.
What do you mean they took your phone away?
I had gotten in the car, and as soon as I got in the car, she asked me for my phone. She took it and powered it off.
Is that normal for them to take away your phone?
No, sir.
Who else was in the car?
It was my mom and my stepdad at the time.
Would that have been Chris?
Yep.
And did you let them know that you didn't want to go to Titusville?
Yes.
And how old were you at that time?
I was 16, I believe.
And how did you let them know that you didn't want to go?
I told them I didn't want to go.
And they still held on to your phone?
Yeah.
Did you try and leave the vehicle?
I did, yes. When we stopped, I tried leaving, but as soon as I would try to get out, they would speed off.
Did anybody physically touch you?
Yes, I was put in a chokehold and held up against the seat, the front seat.
Who did that?
Both my mom and Chris.
Did that happen on several occasions during the drive or just one time?
They held me against the seat until I couldn't fight back anymore.
So how long did that last for then? If you remember.
I want to say like 20 minutes, 2.5 hours maybe.
And do you know how long your mother had been dating Christopher prior to that?
If I remember correctly, 5 months. I don't remember exactly how long.
Had you been to Titusville over those 5 months when she had been dating him?
I've been over there a couple times. Yeah, it was sometimes every other weekend.
And during the 5 months that your mother was dating Christopher, did she allow you to drink alcohol?
Yeah,
What were the circumstances that happened?
we were just drinking. She would be on the phone with Chris sometimes, FaceTiming, and she would allow me to drink.
What type of alcohol do you recall?
I don't remember exactly what kind of alcohol it was.
Was it cans or
It was out of a bottle.
was it poured into a cup?
Yes, sir.
Were any of your other siblings there that you recall?
My brother might have been there, but I honestly don't remember.
So based on Chris being on you said FaceTime, so he was aware of what was going on? He could see what you were doing?
I believe so.
Could you see what he was doing on FaceTime?
No, sir.
You said you've been living about 2 years with your father, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that was after your mom relocated to Titusville?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this incident that you were speaking about in the car, that was because you were trying to get out of the car, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
They were trying to restrain you from getting out of the car, out of a moving vehicle, correct?
The vehicle was not moving.
Okay. But they were trying to keep you from moving or jumping out of the vehicle. correct?
Yeah.
And you wanted to stay because you wanted to be with your girlfriend, correct?
No, ma'am.
Your father at that time, wasn't he living in a camper and not in a regular house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you were staying with your grandmother then, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And not necessarily with your father?
Well, I would be over there in the camper every now and then, but yes.
Primarily with your grandmother?
Mostly, yeah.
Okay. And did you also stay on certain occasions with your girlfriend?
No, not at all.
But mostly with grandma?
Yep.
So I'm confused. Were you living with your mom primarily during this time, or were you living with your grandmother primarily during this time?
After what?
Prior to the incident in the vehicle?
Prior to that, I was with my dad. After she relocated, I was living with
Before she relocated, because before she relocated, who were you living with?
Before I was living with her, and then I would see my dad every other weekend.
Okay. And when were you living with your grandmother?
I was, it was like on and off between my grandmother and my dad.
After your mother relocated to Titusville?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we're going to slip in a commercial break. When we come back, we're heading to California. The Hernandez jury back at it in Bakersfield, then to Los Angeles. Our Cody Thomas will join us live, talk about Nick Reiner's hearing this morning. Stay with us.
.com or Amazon. Don't wait. These offers won't last.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Michael Ayala. We begin this hour in California, where the son of famed comedy director Rob Reiner made his first appearance in court today. 32-year-old Nick Reiner is charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder for the stabbing of his parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner, in their home on Sunday. Joining me now live with all the latest is Court TV field reporter Cody Thomas. Cody, great to see you. Now, Cody, what is the latest from today's hearing?
Well, good afternoon, Michael. Big news. Nick Reiner was in court today, but he waived his right to a speedy arraignment. Now, of course, he was joined by his high-profile defense attorney, Alan Jackson, who was there also alongside Elizabeth Little, that similar defense attorney structure that we saw in that massive Karen Reed trial and retrial right here on Court TV. Now, Nick Reiner was there in court, sitting behind a glass panel, behind all of his defense attorneys, as Alan Jackson requested a continuance of his arraignment to January 7th. But, Michael, let's walk back through some of these heavy charges that Nick Reiner is charged with. Take a listen to DA Nathan Hochman walking through those charges. Take a listen.
Today, I'm here to announce that our office will be filing charges against Nick Reiner, who is accused of killing his parents, actor-director Rob Reiner, and photographer-producer Michelle Singer Reiner. These charges will be 2 counts of first-degree murder with the special circumstance of multiple murders. He also faces a special allegation that he personally used a dangerous and deadly weapon, that being a knife. These charges carry a maximum sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. No decision at this point has been made with respect to the death penalty.
Now, Michael, also important to note, during this court proceeding today, the judge barred any media from taking any still images or showing Nick Reiner on camera whatsoever. But, Michael, also in the last hour, we have got a statement from the Reiner family. They tell TMZ, actually, they say, quote, "Words cannot even begin to describe the unimaginable pain we are experiencing every moment of the day. The horrific and devastating loss of our parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner, is something that no one should ever experience. They weren't just our parents, they were our best friends. We are grateful for the outpouring of condolences, kindness, and support we have received, not only from family and friends, but people from all walks of life. We now ask for respect and privacy, for speculation to be tempered with compassion and humanity, and for our parents to be remembered for the incredible lives they lived and the love they gave." So, Michael, clearly the family is mourning, but also alongside the world that is mourning as well with this loss.
Yeah, it must be tough losing both parents at the same time. Now, Cody, what do we know about Nick's? And we've heard a lot about this, but what else do we know about Nick's struggle with addiction?
Well, yeah, Michael, Nick has been very vocal over the last decade about his early struggles with addiction and homelessness, beginning in his early teen years. As early as 15 years old, he's done over a dozen stints in rehab for his drug addiction. He even went on to co-write a movie titled Being Charlie alongside his father, Rob, that was loosely based on his early life struggles with addiction and, again, homelessness. Take a listen to them talking about the process of making that movie.
It really clicked for me because we didn't bond a lot as a kid. Like, he really liked baseball, I liked basketball, and he could watch that with my brother, but baseball. But I just, when I saw him do that, and it was something that I'm interested in, I was like, wow, like, he really knows a lot, and like, it made me feel closer to him.
So, Michael, of course, as this case and investigation continues to unfold, we are learning about Nick's, being very vocal with the addiction problem. And these problems may or may not have led to this brutal behavior.
Now, the other thing that's been coming out in the news, and Nick reportedly got into an argument with his parents the night before. What do we know about that?
Well, that is what we've been hearing, Michael, and he was actually arguing, allegedly, at Conan O'Brien's house in Los Angeles at a Christmas party. Now, it's been reported that Nick got into a very loud argument with his father, Rob. His mother, Michelle, was also there in attendance. And according to TMZ, again, got into a heated argument with his parents at Conan O'Brien's Christmas party. Rob and Nick got into a very loud argument. Rob and Michelle ended up leaving the party, and people noticed Nick Reiner acting very strangely. So, Michael, of course, still a lot of questions left unanswered, but we know that Nick Reiner plans to be back in court on January 7th when that arraignment was continued to. That is January 7th of 2026. Now, Alan Jackson spoke to media after this court proceeding today, pretty much reiterating that this is a very complex case that needs to have no stone left unturned. Take a listen to him.
I just have a couple of quick words. First of all, and most importantly, this is a devastating tragedy that has befallen the Reiner family. We all recognize that. Our hearts go out to the entire Reiner family. There are very, very complex and serious issues that are associated with this case. These need to be thoroughly, but very carefully dealt with and examined and looked at and analyzed. We ask that during this process you allow the system to move forward in the way that it was designed to move forward. Not with a rush to judgment, not with jumping to conclusions, but with restraint and with dignity and with the respect that this system and this process deserves and that the family deserves. So with that, we are set for January 7th for an arraignment. That's the next court date. And that's all I have to say at this point. There may be more at some other point, but today we're going to rest on where we stand procedurally, which is this was the continuance of arraignment. Nothing happened today substantively. We'll be back for arraignment in the same department on the 7th of January. We'll see you then.
Now, Michael, also important to note, Alan Jackson has not spoken about how he became attached to this case or who is fronting those high-profile legal bills as well.
All right, Cody, thank you so much for that report live from Los Angeles. Truly appreciate it. Let's bring in our guest for this hour. Joining us is former L.A. County Public Defender Philip Dubé. This is happening all in your backyard there, Philip. But first and foremost, let me ask you about this waiver of arraignment, what the strategy might be there. What is Alan Jackson looking for in waiving today, looking to move it to January 7th?
Oh, there's several things that come to mind. It could be under California law, in order to demur to the actual criminal complaint, meaning that the phase of the complaint might be defective, the written demur, the motion challenging it, must be made at or before arraignment. So if you arraign the client and then put it over, in theory, you've waived that right. And it's significant because if the defendant prevails, the case is dismissed. Now, the DA can refile, but you'd be amazed how many times they miss the deadline, they drop the ball, and the case does not get refiled. That's one reason. Another reason why it could be that Mr. Jackson still has questions about his competency. And oftentimes what we'll do is we'll put an arraignment over for a couple of weeks to make sure the clients are getting properly medicated at the jail so that they'll be brought back into court at therapeutic levels and you can have a rational conversation with your client. The third reason is, and I hate to say it, and I love Mr. Jackson, it could be that Nick did not personally retain Alan. If Alan was retained, for example, by family members, they absolutely, under the ethical rules, must have Nick's consent in writing to the representation. And if Mr. Jackson did not visit him at the jail before coming into court and is meeting him for the first time in court, it could be that Nick is saying, well, who are you? I didn't call you. I don't know who you are. And I could be wrong. It could be that the family did take a jail call from him and they told him that Mr. Jackson was coming in. But unless and until that is clarified in writing, it creates a problem in court as to who will be his attorney. But those are the only three things that come to mind for me at any rate.
All right, fair enough. It could be any combination of the three as well. And you mentioned this idea of perhaps getting more of a psych evaluation. If we look back to what Nathan Hochman, the LA District Attorney, what he said yesterday, he said that that's where Nick was. That was part of the delay. He was supposed to be arraigned yesterday, that he was being evaluated. He also said something that I want to check on. He said this is something that every new inmate goes through. Is that in fact true? Again, this is your backyard. You know what happens down there. Is that true? And how does what happened to him yesterday in terms of evaluation relate to what Alan Jackson might be wanting to do in terms of further evaluation?
The traditional client at arraignment is literally just brought in and off the street and then from the police station to court for arraignment. In this particular case, when they arrested Nick, they booked him into the psych ward at the county jail, which is unusual. So for whatever reason, they bypassed the local city precinct, probably because they recognized that he was either a physical, mental, or both of a danger to himself or others, and felt that it would be too risky to bring him to a private hospital or even a county hospital. So instead, they booked him into the Twin Towers Correctional Facility, which is the largest psychiatric hospital in the United States, but unfortunately, it's for county jail inmates. So what they do is they bring them in, they get them seen right away. They're triaged by Department of Mental Health nurses, health services staff members. Then they see the psychiatrist. The psychiatrist then prescribes medication. They get them on it right away. Problem is, it can take a couple of weeks before you start seeing results. My hunch is that when Mr. Jackson met with Nick, he was not at therapeutic levels yet and may have still been exhibiting signs of psychosis, delusional systems, and irrationality. That's just a guess, but that's my hunch. And I have a feeling that when they arrested him, they also felt that because he was a danger to himself and because they did not know if the DA was going to file formal charges, they likely put an involuntary psych hold on him. And out here we call it a 5150. Other states have different names for it. But basically what it means is it's a civil hold pending clearance by a doctor. It could be at the jail, it could be at a private psych hospital, but it is an involuntary hold. And if the doctor feels that they need to hold you longer till you're stable, they can get it for up to 2 weeks. And I believe anything beyond that, they have to go into the mental health court for an order from the judge extending it, because at some point it results in confinement if you're being held against your will. And a judge has to make those compelling findings to hold the inmate or the patient at that point. But once they are cleared, they're brought in, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're mentally competent to proceed with legal proceedings.
All right, so now this deals with his mental state now. His mental state will probably be an issue in this trial throughout, or however this case plays out. It just has that feel to it, Philip. All right, stand by. Yeah. Folks, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to turn back to Ohio now, where Paul Hicks is standing trial. Now, he's accused of drowning his wife almost 25 years ago. Plus, we are still on verdict watch, and as the jury has been deliberating now, as you can see on our clock, 4 hours and 36 minutes in the trial against Maya Hernandez. Remember, she stands accused of the hot car death of her 1-year-old son. Continue to keep a close eye on that courtroom and bring you the verdict right here on Court TV. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with more right after this short break.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, a Hollywood icon and his wife stabbed to death and their own son charged with their murders. Our teams are live with the latest in the murders of Rob and Michelle Reiner.
Closing Arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
'Tis the season for true crime. Each morning we'll dive into a case that took place around the holidays. Join us for the 12 days of holiday crimes.
Opening statements with Julie Grant. Mornings at 8/7 Central on Court TV.
Turning now to Ohio, where a man is on trial for the death of his wife nearly 25 years ago. Paul Hicks is accused of rendering his wife, Regina Hicks, unconscious before putting her in the passenger seat of her car and driving it into a pond where she drowned. Now, prosecutors say the couple was separated at the time due to Paul's violent tendencies and that they were fighting over custody of their child at the time. Before we get you into court, here's Court TV anchor Ted Rowlands with more on the case against Paul Hicks.
Directly from where I'm standing, if you look ahead, 4 rows back is Regina's grave. It's eerie to think that you seen her playing with her baby here, and now you're looking at a tombstone.
Regina Roe Hicks went missing on October 18, 2001, after witnesses reported seeing her leave her boyfriend's home to pick up her son. Officials say she never arrived at her destination and was instead found dead in the passenger seat of her car when police searched a nearby pond. With no strong leads, the case would go cold for 24 years.
It was hard on everybody, but it really hurt my mom, like, real bad because she couldn't get justice.
Hicks' mother spent the last 5 years of her life keeping Regina's case alive. And in November of 2024, state investigators were brought in to search the land where Regina's home once stood.
I told him, yeah, if you can find anything to give closure to this, it's worth it.
The Ohio Attorney General's office says a fresh look at the investigation led to the victim's estranged husband. In April of 2025, Paul Hicks was arrested in the cold case. Hicks is charged with 3 counts of murder and 1 count of kidnapping. He's pled not guilty. Prosecutors said in court documents that they intend to present evidence of a strained relationship as an alleged motive, including evidence that Regina intended to end the marriage and allegations that Paul threatened to kill her. Paul's lawyers declined to comment on the allegations. If convicted, Hicks could spend the rest of his life in prison.
All right, let's go into court now, where the jury is hearing from retired investigator Richard Wells, and the judge is actually giving an instruction to the jury regarding his upcoming testimony.
Your Honor, I would ask for an instruction, please. All right.
Thank you. All right. At this time, there was a request to have that witness declared an expert in specific areas. The court has instructed that he can testify as to his investigator, as to his duties as an investigator, and to I'm sorry, what did we actually waterborne? He can testify as to his experiences, but not as an expert as to the waterborne evidence that the state was requesting.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Your Honor. You have occasion, Rick, to examine the 1994 Camaro.
Yes.
Where did you examine the Camaro at?
At the Huron County Sheriff's Department.
And did you take photographs?
On which day, sir?
On November 25th, 2005, you take photographs of the Camaro.
In 2025 or 2?
Yes, 2025.
I'm sorry, yes.
And for what purpose did you take the photographs?
This was a re-examination of the vehicle and looking specifically at a couple of areas on the vehicle that were of interest to us.
And what were those areas?
We refer to it as the A-pillar. It's where the windshield comes down and meets with the hinges of the door on the passenger side. And that's the interior side of it.
I'm going to provide you with what's been marked as State Exhibits 93A through 93Z.
Okay.
What did I just provide you?
93A is my photograph log. That is the log of all of the photographs that I took on November the 25th, 2025 in relation to the Camaro. 93B is the photograph of the front of the vehicle. 93C is the right front corner of the Camaro. 93D is the passenger side of the Camaro. 93E is the right rear corner of the Camaro. 93F is the rear of the Camaro. 93G is the left rear corner of the Camaro. 93H is the driver's side of the Camaro. 93I is the left front corner of the Camaro. 93J is the interior passenger compartment of the vehicle. 93K is also another photograph of the interior passenger compartment of the vehicle, as is 93L. 93M is a photograph of the driver's door that I took before we made entry into the door. 93N is a photograph of the passenger side rocker panel. 93O is a photograph of the A-pillar hinge portion of the right front passenger door, including the marks that were in question. 93P is a close-up of one of those marks that is actually on the interior portion of the dashboard. 93Q is a photograph of two of the marks that were actually on the door at the A-pillar portion of the interior of the vehicle. 93R is a photograph with scale of the two marks that were on the door by the A-pillar. 93S is another one of another photograph of the same marks using a scale. 93T, we were actually looking a little bit closer because with the marks, there's a spacing between the actual mud marks or transfers that were on there. So we were looking at the spacing between those. 93U is another photograph similar to that. 93V is a comparison using Regina Hicks's right shoe that she was wearing at the time that she was discovered in the water, and in comparison to that with the mark that's on the door. 93W is another photograph, another angle of the same type of photograph. And do you want me to go through the rest of those? Because those look like duplicates.
We'll get to those later.
Okay.
Are these all true and accurate photographs?
Yes, they are.
You may publish photographs?
You may.
Turn your attention to 93B. What is 93B?
93B is the photograph of the front of the Chevy Camaro.
Where was this located at?
This was in the EMA garage at Huron County Sheriff's Department.
93C?
Left front corner of the Camaro.
93D?
Passenger side of the Camaro.
E?
That's the right rear corner of the Chevy Camaro.
93F?
Photograph of the rear of the vehicle.
93G?
That'll be the left rear corner of the vehicle of the Chevy Camaro.
93H?
That'll be the driver's side of the Chevy Camaro.
93I?
That'll be the left front corner of the Chevy Camaro.
93J.
That's the view inside the driver's compartment from the driver's side window.
And what's the significance of this photograph?
The photographs that I took, first off, the first 8 photographs are to demonstrate what the vehicle will look like at the time that I encountered it for this examination. And then when I'm taking this photograph, what I wanted to look at was the void area. You can see the reddish portion of the actual seat. Moss has grown up off of the closer, the side closer to the outboard portion of it.
When you say void area, what do you mean?
The area that doesn't have any of the sediments or any of the moss that's grown on it.
But why do you call it a void area?
Because there's nothing there to it right now. And it was actually from the initial time that I looked at the vehicle back in 2002, that area was void also of sediment and mud deposits.
So how were you brought into the Regina Hicks investigation?
A gentleman by the name of Alan Hayes, who was the law enforcement coordinator for the Regional Information Sharing Network, it's a federally funded organization that helps share information between law enforcement agencies throughout the country. He was up in Huron County, and the detectives asked him if he knew of anybody that had an expertise in waterborne environments, and so he provided them with my name. And Detective Sergeant Dane Howard called and asked me if I would come up and take a look at the vehicle and go over the information about the case.
And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do back in 2002?
In September of 2002, I went up, I actually drove up to, you have to forgive me for just a second. I drove up to the Sheriff's Department.
All right, so this witness providing information about evidence found around the car in that pond. Important because, of course, the defense is claiming that she drove herself into the pond. All right, we'll have more key testimony in Ohio versus Paul Hicks coming up. Plus, we're also getting new images of the person of interest in the deadly Brown University shooting, and city officials now plan to hold a news conference at 4 p.m. We'll have more details on that right after the break. Stay with us here on Court TV. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Michael Ayala. Breaking news coming into our newsroom in the investigation into the Brown University shooting. Apparently, new images are being released by investigators in that deadly Brown University shooting. Now, investigators, they're asking for the public's help in identifying and speaking to the individual shown in these photos. Now, again, this is not the actual person of interest. We had that video yesterday. This is a person that police believe was in proximity of the person of interest. Investigators are asking for the public's help identifying this person, which, of course, if they get to speak to this person, they may be able to lead them to the person that they believe may be responsible for this crime. And city officials do plan to hold a news conference today at 4 p.m. where hopefully we will learn more about the situation and the investigation. We plan, if at all possible, to bring that news conference to you live right here on Court TV. Again, set to begin around 4 p.m. Let's bring in our guest, still with us, former LA County Deputy Public Defender Philip Dubé. And Philip, as I said, I was wondering who this video was. And you can clearly see the gentleman in this video. And I got to say, this is absolutely positively, between video and these types of pictures, the best way to identify someone. There has to be someone watching through all the different channels that this will be released. Who knows this gentleman?
Oh, are you kidding? Someone's going to phone in a tip, especially if there's going to be a reward announced. You can bet that the phone will be ringing off the hook. But make no mistake about it, Michael, a lot of people don't realize this, but video imagery is not an official identification. Just because somebody resembles some type of image in a video does not necessarily prove identification. Booking photos also. I cannot tell you over the years, Michael, how many clients I have. They get arrested, they get printed, their mugshot taken, and district attorneys and the police try to use those photos as official ID. They are not. What you really need is something a little more concrete. Now, having said that, it doesn't mean that an independent witness can't point him out. You might, for example, have a student or a faculty member from the university who may have seen him running from the scene, and he may strongly resemble the person based on the attire, based on facial features, based on their gait, all of that kind of stuff. I am telling you, it is just a matter of time before they apprehend somebody.
Yeah, I would have to agree. And to your point, when we were showing you close-ups there of the face, you can make out the face, but it is not an exact identification at all. But again, that sort of larger picture of the person, when you talk about the countenance, the walking style, all those things, adds in helping to identify who it is. All right, Philip, stand by. I want to take folks back to Ohio now for the drowned wife murder trial of defendant Paul Hicks. Again, prosecutors say that he knocked his wife, Regina, unconscious, left her inside of her car, and then sent it rolling into a pond where she drowned. Now, it happened in 2001, but Hicks wasn't arrested until 25 years later. Investigators actually got a break in the case when Hicks's friend, who had previously given Hicks an alibi, changed his story. And now he says that he witnessed the murder. Let's go back into court. Still on direct, a former Ohio State Highway Patrol investigator.
And met with two detectives up there, and we went through the highlights of the case, the briefing of the case, took a look at some of the photographs from the scene, took a look at the vehicle, and then we drove out to the scene out where the pond was and took a look at the pond as well.
For what purpose did Dean Howard seek your assistance?
The initial question that they had was, could a body float from a driver's side to a passenger side of a motor vehicle that was submerged in water and rest on the passenger side in the position that Regina Hicks was found when the vehicle was recovered?
And what did you do to answer that question?
I looked at the photographs, I looked the vehicle over, I looked the pond over. I went back and I did some research and understanding looking through the potential for body refloat and how her body was actually positioned inside the motor vehicle, and came up with the conclusion that she was in the right front passenger seat when that vehicle entered the water.
So that was back in 2002?
Yes, sir.
State Certificate 93K.
That is a view of the front passenger seat from the driver's window.
93L.
That's the view of the rear seats from the driver's window.
93M.
That is the passenger door, photograph of the passenger door before I opened the door.
93N.
That is a photograph of the passenger side rocker panel foot kick when I opened the door.
What is a rocker panel foot kick?
It's the dark black step on there where a person can step in, step out, and not lose their footing. That's the design of it.
And what did you find on the rocker panel foot kick?
There are deposits of mud on the rocker panel, if you can see on the flat spot of the black portion of it, directly across from the where the passenger seat cushion would be.
And were those deposits there back in 2002 when you examined your car the first time?
Yes.
Turn your attention to Exhibit 93-0. 93-0.
This is a photograph of the A-pillar, the interior portion where the hinges are, showing the marks. You can see that there's one mark that has kind of a curvature and striations pointing downward. Just to the lower and right side of that, you can see kind of a smudge mark. And then to the interior of the dashboard itself, there's a smudge mark of mud on the lower portion of the inner side of the dashboard.
Is that significant to you?
Yes, it is.
Why is that?
The marks were actually protected from the waterborne environment. So they were actually preserved when the vehicle went into the water, when it came out of the water, and when they did their examination of it.
So were those marks that we see photographed here in November 2025 present in 2002 when you looked at the vehicle?
Yes.
Is there what's the significance of the marks on the door?
The mark that shows kind of the curvature with the striations that are downward are actually, once I got to take a really good close look at it, are actually boot marks. And it's from the sole of the boot that creates a deposit of mud, a transfer. The target area would be the actual door itself, so that we put it all in perspective. And then the smudge mark wiping downward is an indication that a boot was placed up against it and slid downward.
And did you obtain any boots?
Yes.
Whose boots did you obtain?
Regina Hicks's boots.
And any boot in particular?
Her right boot. You want me to put gloves on, sir? Am I going to handle that?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so the witness testifying that it appears that Regina's boots left this striation mark on the passenger side door, which is, of course, consistent with the story being told by the state that she was placed in there by the defendant. All right, more key testimony coming up in Ohio versus Paul Hicks. Keep it here on your front row seat to justice. All right, folks, let's head back to Ohio now for more of the drowned wife murder trial of defendant Paul Hicks. Investigators say that Hicks killed his wife, Regina, back in 2001 by knocking her unconscious and then sending her car into a pond where she drowned. Now, the case went cold for more than 2 decades until a witness in the case came forward and told investigators that he saw Hicks kill Regina. Now, on the stand is a former Ohio State Highway Patrol investigator, and he's being asked about Regina's muddy boots. Let's go back in.
So I just handed you part of State Exhibit 75.
Okay.
What is it?
This is the right boot that was recovered from Regina Hicks when the vehicle was recovered back in 2001.
So what did you do with respect to this boot and that mark on the interior portion of that door?
We took measurements of the distance between each one of the lugs in the boot and compared it to the mark that's actually on the door itself, and then laid in comparison to see how they lined up. And the curvature of the boot, the marks, the void spaces between the marks all lined up to this boot.
So what did you conclude?
That this boot was pressed up against that door and swiped in a downward fashion as she was being placed into the vehicle.
State's Exhibit 93P.
That is the mark on the inside of the dashboard, inside the A-pillar portion. It is a mud transfer from actually the top of the boot as the boot would roll into the vehicle.
So would that be the same boot?
Same boot, yes.
Again, back to State Exhibit 75, the right portion of it. If you could explain, please.
As the foot or shoe is sliding downward and rotating in, it creates a transfer mark from the inner portion of the shoe itself, and that's what created the mark that was there.
93Q.
That's a close-up of the 2 marks that are on the door itself.
The passenger door.
The passenger door, right front passenger door, yes.
93R.
That is a photograph with us using a measuring device to put it to scale.
To what scale?
The centimeters to scale for the mark that is on the lower portion of the door.
93S.
That is the putting to scale the mark that we were just talking about on the inner portion of the door with the striations going downward.
93T.
That is a photograph of measuring the distance between the mud mark transfers and the void areas.
93U.
Just another photograph of the scale showing that the distance between the mud marks.
93B.
That's where we put the right front, or I'm sorry, the front of the right shoe of Regina Hicks in comparison to the mud mark itself and had it match up.
93W.
It's just another view of the same photograph, but using additional light source to better highlight the marks and the location with the lugs.
93X,
I don't have a 93X.
93Y.
Oh, there's 93X.
What's 93X?
That is a photograph, again, with a little bit closer view, using an alternate light to highlight the placement of the lugs and how they matched up with the mud transfers.
93Y.
That's a photograph of the bottom of the soles and the lugs of Regina Hicks' shoe.
And 93Z.
That is a closer view of her shoe with a scale to it.
Did you indicate that you had reviewed the original crime scene photos?
Yes.
And for what purpose did you do that?
Back in 2002, when I looked the photographs over, it helped me to get a better understanding of the questions that was being asked about how she was placed inside the vehicle, or her placement inside the vehicle at the time that it went into the water.
And did you review those again recently?
Yes, I did.
And for what purpose?
To refresh my memory about what was there, to take a look at the crime scene again and understand any additional information that might be gleaned from all of that.
And what did that assist you in doing?
Helping me to solidify my decisions on how the vehicle was placed into the water, where she was placed into the water, and actually how she got into the vehicle.
So we'll take a look at those for those three purposes.
Okay.
And direct your attention to State's Exhibit 29. Date stamps 6/15.
All right, we're going to stop it here. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to hear from this witness, his opinion on how she got into the car. That's coming up. We'll take a break here. Thanks to Philip Dubé. He's actually sticking around for the next hour. We'll have more from Ohio. Keep it here on Court TV. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Michael Ayala. We're tracking several cases across the country here at Court TV. In California, Nick Reiner appeared in court and he waived his right to a speedy arraignment after being charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder in the stabbing deaths of his parents, Rob and Michelle. He's due back in court on January 7th. Also in California, a jury continues deliberating the fate of Maya Hernandez, the mom accused of leaving her son to die in a hot car while she got a Brazilian butt lift. We're going to bring you that verdict live when it comes down. And in Florida, a new round of subpoenas in family court may offer a glimpse into the case surrounding the cruise ship death of Anna Kepner. We'll bring you that hearing just a bit later today. For now, we are in Ohio, where Paul Hicks is standing trial, accused of drowning his wife almost 25 years ago. I want to take you back into court now, where a retired investigator is testifying on direct examination by the state.
That is a photograph of the scene at the edge of the roadway leading up to or pointing towards the pond area.
What is the next page step number in the exhibit on the next page?
616.
Okay. What is 616?
That is a closer view of the slight incline leading up to the plateau before you get into the edge of the water.
Back in 2002, did you go out to the pond and examine it?
Yes, I did.
And did you look at the photos that were taken in 2001?
Yes.
And how would you characterize the entrance into the pond?
Looking at the photographs and walking the scene, I didn't see any changes.
Was it steep?
There's a slight, when you leave the roadway, it levels off slightly, and then there is a slight incline, and as you get to what we refer to as the plateau, the top, where there's a small flat spot, and then it gets to the edge of the water line, and then it's a fairly steep drop down into the water.
And that's how it appeared in 2001, 2002?
Yes.
What is the next photograph in the exhibit?
617.
And what do we see?
This is a slightly backed off version of 616, showing the rise from the ground level up to the plateau, and it gives a little bit better view of the concrete barriers that are off to the right side there.
618.
This is a view of the plateau area leading down into the bank of the water, down to the water line itself.
Okay, how would you characterize, well, what's the bank made of?
The photograph there, once you reach the plateau and it starts to change to the actual bank of the water, it is a gravel line there, and then the further down you get, it transitions from a gravel-ish area down to a kind of a mud or dirt.
628.
That is a photograph of the Chevy Camaro being removed from the water. You can still see the anchor marks from the chains that were used to pull it up out of the water.
629.
629 is a little closer view of the passenger side of the Chevy Camaro as it was being brought back up. The significance that I had to that photograph was that the passenger side window was down slightly.
And why is that significant?
As we go on through, it'll show that there are photographs with the driver's side window was completely down, and that helped.
Why does that matter?
It helps to understand the mechanics of how the vehicle was submerged into the water, how it went in the positioning of how it went down into the water, and how the air was released from inside the vehicle.
Why would air be released from inside the vehicle?
As the vehicle submerges or loses its buoyancy, what's going to happen is air is going to have to escape the passenger compartment. And as the air escapes the passenger compartment, it's kind of like, think of it in this term. You have a gas can, and you have your nozzle, and there's a little hole in the back that allows the air to flow out. If you close that off and you rotate the nozzle forward, it just kind of chugs as the gasoline escapes the canister. What it's trying to do is equalize pressure inside and outside so that the gasoline flows. If you were to open that rear little hole and pour, it allows the air to flow out, and it gives it a more stable fluid release from inside the can. The same thing occurs in a motor vehicle. The driver's side window being completely down and the passenger side window being partially down. Think of it in the terms of the driver's side window is the nozzle. The passenger side window is that little escape hole for the air equalization. And as the vehicle submerges, what happens is the air gets pushed upward because of the pressure that's being created by the water itself, plus the water filling the void of the open space inside the passenger compartment. So the air has to escape in some fashion.
646.
This is a photograph of the driver's seat, the actual seat cushion, with some marks that you can see that we would refer to as void areas.
And why was this significant for you?
When Regina, when the vehicle went into the water and started to settle in, and Regina's body starts to relax. As the body relaxes, it's going to fall into a very specific nature, and it's going to rotate to the most downward portion. And what happened was her body leaned over, the upper torso area of her body leaned over to the driver's seat itself, and you can see some of the marks that are on the seat that are actually like from her shirt. So that's the texture that you see there. And so she laid there, and as the sediment settles from inside the water, the sediment would settle around her, but not in the specific area where she was actually laying.
All right, let's welcome back in our guest, still with us, former L.A. County Deputy Public Defender Philip Dubé. Philip, listen, this expert, you remember when we first started showing him, the judge told the jury, look, he's not testifying as an expert, but I got to say, as I listened to him, he certainly sounds like he's testifying like an expert. What do you make of it?
Yeah, and frankly, I don't think he's qualified to talk about the transfer, if you will, of strike marks and mud and detritus on the side panel of that door. If you're going to have that type of glancing blow or transfer or just some type of markings on there, it could be from anything. I cannot tell you, Michael, how many times I get in and out of my own car where nowadays, particularly, the doors are so heavy, you open it and it automatically shuts on you. So what do? You take your foot and you kick it open. I can't tell you how often I do that. And God forbid, I'm implicated in a homicide. They're going to blame it on the mud that I left behind from my shoes. It's absurd. So hopefully the defense will bring in their own expert to show that anybody's shoe could have done that. And by the way, it doesn't even prove that mud or debris wasn't there before she came up missing. It could have been there all along. So I just think, frankly, I don't even know why the judge allowed it in.
Yeah, I would have to agree. And but what you're talking about is great fodder for a cross-examination. I imagine those are the places they're going to go, because as just now he was testifying about the oxygen coming up and the air going down, and all the water coming in. I'm thinking, at least according to the defense, they're claiming that she drove herself in, right? Or at least that's the story that he told. And when you think about it, if it goes in and there's water rushing in through one window, maybe the other window is half closed or half up, that water pressure could push her from the driver's side to the other side, right? I mean, that's a possibility here. So while this sounds like solid testimony for the state, it's still a little murky.
Absolutely. And it could also be that, assuming she really did do that, that maybe as the car was submerging into the water, she had second thoughts and she couldn't get out. So what is she doing? She's kicking, trying to get out, and she couldn't. And what happened? She drowned. So it could also be that for him to get up there and just conclude that this is as a result of her being just thrown into the car and secured in there so the car can just sink down to the bottom of a pond. I just think it's reckless and unqualified. And the problem with that is that juries tend to accept this type of junk science out of the mouths of cops. It comes out so authoritarian as if it were gospel. And the truth be told, it's completely unsubstantiated. And unless and until the defense counters it, it sounds like the jury is going to embrace it.
Yeah, I would have to agree. And he even went so far as to testify that the swipe on the door was the boot going down. Like, how do you know that? It could have been, so like you said, there's a million different ways it could have gotten there or when it could have gotten there. Anyway,
Yeah.
All right, Philip, stand by. It's time for us to take a quick break. When we come back, of course, we're going to have more key testimony in Ohio versus Paul Hicks. So keep it here on your front row seat to justice.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, a Hollywood icon and his wife stabbed to death and their own son charged with their murders. Our teams are live with the latest in the murders of Rob and Michelle Reiner.
Closing Arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
The Microsoft executive gunned down.
Now his ex and her new husband are charged with his murder.
A social media sensation, now a suspected killer.
She wrote a children's book about her husband's death. Now she's accused of killing him.
Turning now back to Ohio, where a man is on trial for the death of his wife almost 25 years ago. Paul Hicks is accused of rendering his wife, Regina Hicks, unconscious before putting her in the passenger seat of her car and driving it into a pond where she drowned. The prosecutors say the couple was separated at the time due to Paul's violent tendencies and that they were fighting over custody of their child at the time. On the stand right now is a retired investigator. His name is Richard Wells. He's still on direct by the state. Let's go back in.
647.
This is a photograph of the right side portion of the driver's controls dashboard.
What do you learn from the driver's control dashboard?
The defrosters were on, and you can see the ignition in the on position.
And was the fan on?
Yes.
And what level was the fan on?
I can't tell exactly from this photograph, but from another angle of the photograph, it was on all the way.
Is there any significance to that?
If a person is driving a vehicle, first off, if it's still cold outside, you want to defrost the windows and keep the temperature up so that it doesn't fog up on the inside of the windows. If a person is driving down the road with a vehicle as a manner of trying to stay warm, he would want to turn the defrost on.
648.
This is a better view of the passenger side dashboard and some of the marks that were on the glove box door and on the right side of some of the photographs that I took from earlier.
And in fact, the marks on the right side of the dashboard, are they still there?
Yes, they are.
650.
This is a photograph of the steering wheel, the gear shift, and the headlights switch.
And which switch was the headlight switch on? What position was the headlight switch on?
They were turned off.
And the steering wheel?
Up all the way.
651. What do we look at 651?
This is a photograph of Regina Hicks inside the vehicle, slightly tilted to the left, and her feet down underneath the dashboard.
Now, in coming up with the conclusion that she never left the passenger seat of the car, is this picture significant?
Say that again, please.
In rendering the conclusion that Regina Hicks was sitting in the passenger seat of the car, and the car went into the pond, is this picture significant?
Absolutely.
Why is that?
If you look at her feet are literally trapped underneath the dashboard, right foot over top of left foot, and it would catch inside there. In the potential for a body refloat, that's going to be something that's going to prevent it from floating upward. If she was in the driver's seat of the vehicle and the potential for a body refloat would occur, to have her float, reposition herself, move over to the passenger seat, and as she was gassing off, and that would be the release of the decomposition gas, for her to settle back down, her feet would never rest in a position like that.
651. 655, I'm sorry.
This is a photograph of Regina Hicks slumped over the center console area, face down, and creating that void area that we were talking about earlier.
661.
This is
Maya Hernandez.
This is a photograph of Regina Hicks inside the vehicle. Again, you can see her feet are tangled up underneath the dashboard, and this was the position that she was actually found in when they recovered the vehicle. Slumped upper torso across the center console, and head and chest regions laying on the driver's side seat cushion.
664.
A close-up photograph of Regina Hicks's feet being trapped underneath the dashboard.
And again, the pictures of Regina Hicks's feet, you testified to the significance of that.
Yes.
665.
This is a photograph indicating the distance from the steering wheel to the backing of the driver's seat.
And what significance of that was to you?
The distance that it is from there would indicate, if we were looking at the potential for body refloat, she would have been trapped inside there, and she would not have been able to float from out of there across and over to the passenger seat and down.
And why is that?
Because of the compressed space that we have there. Although the steering wheel is in an upward position, it still wouldn't allow her to completely disengage from there. And again, rotate with her feet to the right side and over and then down. The reason that she wouldn't be able to do that is because the boots that she is wearing are going to be negatively buoyant. Her upper body area would be a little bit more buoyant, and then she would have actually floated and gone almost more in a head down motion, with her feet actually probably hanging off to the driver's side seat.
666.
Just another close-up photograph of how she was discovered when they removed the vehicle from the water.
668.
This is a photograph from the driver's side showing her face down, and if you can see her arm, it's in a more comfortable position, so it wasn't a fighting position or anything like that, which would tell me that she was unconscious as she rotated over to that side and down underneath.
669.
Again, another photograph of Regina Hicks with her feet trapped underneath the dashboard.
670.
That's a close-up photograph of the headlight switch, indicating that the headlights were turned off.
671.
That's a close-up of the ignition switch, showing that the ignition switch was engaged into the on or run position.
And 673.
This is a close-up photograph of Regina Hicks's face. The significance to that is, if you look closely down at the bottom of the photograph in her right ear, you will notice that there is a mud buildup there inside that right ear. And that is caused by a dragging movement where mud is collected into the ear as opposed to sediment being deposited onto the ear.
Did you look at any of the autopsy photos?
Yes, I did.
For what reason did you do that?
There was, we were looking at the potential for drag, how she was moved or carried and placed into the vehicle. And the autopsy report noted that there were bruising on the right and left bicep areas, and they actually opened those upper lance down to see if there was subdural damage to the area.
You know, no matter what you think about this witness's expertise and what he's testifying to, I will tell you earlier today, the jury heard from that best friend who came forward, and he told them that he saw the defendant placing the body of Regina on the passenger side of the car. So there's that to bolster his testimony as well. We couldn't show that to you. He opted out of audio and video as well. But coming back, we're going to have more testimony in Ohio versus Paul Hicks. And a little bit later, the mayor and other city officials in Providence, Rhode Island, they plan to hold a news conference on that deadly shooting at Brown University. That's expected to begin about 4 o'clock Eastern. We won't let you miss it. We're going to take you there live, so keep it here on your front row seat to justice. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Michael Ayala. Now back to Ohio for the drowned wife murder trial of defendant Paul Hicks. Prosecutors say that he knocked his wife, Regina, unconscious and then left her inside of her car and then sent it rolling into a pond where she drowned. This happened back in 2001, but Hicks actually wasn't arrested until 25 years later. Investigators got a break in the case when Hicks's friend, who had previously given Hicks an alibi, changed his story. And earlier today, that witness, Steve Gates, testified that he actually saw Hicks place Regina's body in the car and saw it slumped over in the passenger seat of the car before it went into the pond. Let's go back into court now. Still on direct, a former Ohio State Highway Patrol investigator talking about that crime scene.
That photograph?
Yes, I did.
Let me show you what's been previously identified as Exhibit 3C.
Am I going to handle anything else?
No, you can take it.
Thank you.
Date stamp 54.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
And what are we looking at here?
Those are the bruise marks that were noted in the autopsy report with the actual lancing of those marks to look subdural.
And what did that mean to you?
Prior to the lancing of the marks, if they were intact, it shows that there was a depression or pressure applied enough to create damage to the capillaries in the area to create a bruising, and they're in a fashion that can be noted as a hand mark.
As a result of your investigation in 2002 and 2025, did you reach a view as to how or where Regina Hicks was sitting in the car when the car went into the pond?
Absolutely.
Where was she at?
She was in the right front passenger seat of that motor vehicle when it entered the water.
And did she ever move from that?
No, she did not.
Now, with respect to the motor vehicle itself, one more, please.
All right, so once again, the prosecutor continues his direct examination of Richard Wells. He was an investigator in the case, and again, as we mentioned earlier, some of his testimony has sort of, actually, it's begun again. Let's get back into court.
Examining the car, did you reach a conclusion as to how Regina Hicks ended up in the car?
Yes.
All right, so they've gone to sidebar. I want to bring in our guest still with us, former L.A. County Deputy Public Defender Philip Dubé. And Philip, it seemed as though, and this might go back to what we talked about earlier, this idea that he's not an expert, but some of his testimony seems to be trending that way. You heard, at least I heard, the prosecutor asking for some sort of opinion. Did you come to an opinion about something? I wasn't sure what that something was. It sounded like that might have caused problems for the defense.
Yeah, of course, because he's qualifying him as a pseudo-ME, medical examiner or a coroner or some type of a doctor. I don't know if they got into this cop's credentials before he joined the force, but I'll bet you he doesn't even have an AA degree in liberal arts. And to be putting him on, to be concluding all of this activity, look, Look at it this way, Michael. If, God forbid, you or your loved ones were ever dumped in a car and left to sink to the bottom of a pond, would you want Officer Wells or Mercy General to diagnose and treat you? Would you ever go to this cop for diagnosis and treatment? Because ultimately, that's what the state is trying to sell this jury. If they can't bring in a real medical doctor or some type of a mechanical engineer or a biomechanical engineer to come in and say that that was plausible, I don't think this witness is competent to say that. And I'd be shocked if they had an in limine hearing before this testimony came in where the court said it is admissible. I truly think this is objectable testimony.
You know, it's interesting because it would really, this is such an important part of the case, right? How she got into that passenger seat of the car. You would think the state would want to make sure that they cross the T's and dot all the I's and bring in a real expert who could say some of the things that he's saying. Some of the things he's saying make sense, some don't. But again, coming from an expert, especially with this critical, I think, testimony that's going to support what this friend is coming in to say, I think would have been useful for the state.
Of course, unless they're relying on the rules in their evidence code that allows for lay opinion to come in. But if that's the case, you don't even need his lay opinion because he wasn't percipient. The jury doesn't need an expert or a lay opinion to try to figure out what happened. You can describe the scene, you can describe the transfer or the mud marks on the side panels, and certainly how she was seated in the car, but to conclude or render an opinion that this is how it all happened, I think it's tremendously misleading to a jury. And hopefully this will be a rigorous cross, or the defense is going to bring in their own sort of real expert in biomechanics or accident reconstruction or a medical doctor to counter this, because I don't think the judge should have allowed any of this in.
All right, now, let's talk a little bit about the fact that all of this might be moot, because what this jury saw earlier today was the guy, the star witness for the state. This guy, Stephen Gates, I believe is his name. Yes, Stephen Gates. He was a friend, a good friend of the defendant, and for 25 years, he had given an alibi, which is why it took 25 years for them to arrest this guy. He said, we weren't even at the place where the mud was, where the car was. We never saw her. I was with him. But he changed his tune. Here's what he testified to today. I remember the driver window was down. He walks up to the car. I remember looking in the car, and he gets emotional at this point. I saw Regina crumpled up in the passenger side floor. And then he's asked, where was the defendant? And Stephen says, outside the passenger door. Then he asks him what happened next. Then he says that the defendant tells him, dude, she's expletive dead. Now, just before that, he testified that he didn't see what happened between the two of them. He went to put some equipment away, comes out, the car was moved from one place to by the pond, and he sees the defendant putting her in the car. Now, again, it's 25 years later. He did get immunity for lying to police for all those years. How skeptical will this jury be of that testimony?
They're going to be quite skeptical, and I'll tell you why, Michael. If you think about it, unless he had some kind of bionic vision, if he was standing outside the car, how could he see her crumpled on the floor? I mean, seriously, unless this was some type of a glass vehicle and you could see through it, or you had bionic vision, you don't have the perceptibility or the ability to even perceive what's happening inside the car. You could only see what's going on above the windows, and anything below that is out of the line of sight. So right there, I think it calls his testimony into question. I really do.
The whole testimony? Because the big problem is that he puts Hicks and himself at the scene. Hicks has always said, and he has been saying, they were nowhere near the scene.
The jury is going to get an instruction, and this is in essence what it says. If you feel that the witness lied or misrepresented any fact in a material way, you can disregard anything and everything that the witness testified to. And you can bet that defense counsel is going to hammer home that instruction in closing and say to them, look, that is such a material lie. You can use your common sense as lay jurors without an expert here to know that you cannot see from outside a vehicle what is happening on the floor of a vehicle. You know, so I think that is a material lie, and I think the defense can hang their hat on that instruction to get all of that testimony disregarded. And if that is the case, what are you left with? You're left with a dead ex-wife who had suicidal tendencies or a drug problem found floating at the bottom of a pond. So I don't think that's proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
All right, we'll have to wait and see. Philip Dubé, stand by.
Yeah.
We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll have more key testimony in Ohio versus Paul Hicks. Keep it here on Court TV.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, a Hollywood icon and his wife stabbed to death and their own son charged with their murders. Our teams are live with the latest in the murders of Rob and Michelle Reiner.
Closing Arguments tonight at 8, 7 Central, only on Court TV.
'Tis the season for true crime. Each morning, we'll dive into a case that took place around the holidays. Join us for the 12 days of holiday crimes.
Opening statements with Julie Grant. Mornings at 8, 7 Central on Court TV.
All right, we're going to head back to Ohio now for more of the drowned wife murder trial of defendant Paul Hicks. Investigators say that Hicks killed his wife, Regina, back in 2001 by knocking her unconscious and then sending her car into a pond where she ultimately drowned. On the stand right now, still on the stand, is a former Ohio State Highway Patrol investigator. He's now retired, but now he's on cross-examination by the defense.
More resume.
All right. Who's paying you to be here today?
Absolutely nobody, sir.
Okay. So you're doing this out of the gratuity of your heart?
No, sir. I was called to investigate a case back in 2002, and I followed through with that investigation.
Okay. What have you been doing since April of 2023?
In 2023, I retired from National Interstate Insurance, and I continued to teach part-time for Stark State College at the basic police academies.
Okay. From your resume says your most recent line of work is that of loss control specialist from January 2019 to April 2023. Did I read that correctly?
Nope, that's correct, sir.
Okay. And you'd agree with me, loss control specialist has nothing to do with the state versus Paul Hicks case.
I'm not so sure of that, sir.
Okay. Would you like to tell us how loss control specialist was relevant to this matter?
Sure. It helps me to understand the dynamics of things and to continue my investigative work and being able to dig into things and coming to logical conclusions.
Okay. Doesn't have anything to do with waterborne analysis.
No, sir.
Thank you. From September 2017 to January 2019, you were a civilian background investigator.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Whose background did you investigate in the state versus Paul Hicks?
Nobody, sir.
Adjunct Professor 2017 to 2018, Mount Union College. You're simply teaching in the Sociology Criminal Justice Studies program, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And you teach some courses on crime investigations and blood evidence.
Yes, sir.
Okay. December 2016 to June 2017, 1 year, you are an investigator at the Ohio Department of Developmental Disabilities. Right?
Yes, sir.
And that has nothing to do with the science or waterborne investigation.
It has to do with the ability to continue my investigative work and understand the mechanics of investigation, sir.
You were at the Ohio Department of Developmental Disabilities, okay? Assigned to the Cambridge Developmental Center, okay? Internal and administrative investigations related to client rights and policy violations. What in the heck does that have to do with waterborne analysis?
If you read further, it says my duties also included monitoring training exercises and conducting training for other investigators through the Department of Developmental Disabilities. And my duties with that, sir, are related to being able to continue my training and teaching of the different mechanics of investigative methodology, sir.
You'd agree with me the Department of Developmental Disabilities didn't have a lot of investigations that concerned crashes or vehicle incidents that included waterborne issues?
I couldn't say that, sir.
Well, name one.
For me personally,
yes.
I did not, sir. But that doesn't mean that they didn't occur.
You were an investigator at the state troopers, Ohio State Highway Patrol from 97, since December 1997 to November 2016, right?
That is correct, sir.
That's fair to say that was your longest tenure, right?
In one position, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And in that role, you did serve as a senior evidence technician, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
As a part of that, you go on in your CV to say that you were assigned complex criminal cases involving money laundering, corruption, and organized crime. Okay? Either you agree with me that has nothing to do with the subject matter of this case.
It also involved intelligence work. I was the intelligence officer for the Public Corruptions Task Force, and it helped me to develop myself and my expertise in understanding the complex situations that take place.
I'm not debating that you didn't learn this, okay? I'm just asking you, it has nothing to do with the purported testimony you're here in this courtroom in Huron County for.
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question, sir.
All I'm saying, you'd have to agree with me, I would hope, that investigations involving money laundering, corruption, and organized crime have absolutely nothing to do with this case.
The mechanics of the specifics in investigations carry over from one discipline to another, sir. And so that's part of my explanation and why I wrote what I did, sir.
First of all, did you review your CV before coming into court today?
Yes.
Okay, is this, although you don't have any activity for going back to 2023, is it otherwise current?
Yes, sir. The explanation, sir, for the where you're talking about the missing part of it being the part-time instructor for the Stark State College is actually further down inside there, sir. I've been a Stark State instructor for almost 30 years.
Right, but again,
and it continued on, sir. My work teaching basic police academies has continued since 1989 up until today.
We're going to go through them all.
Okay, that's fine, sir.
Again, your resume CV stops at April 2020. There.
The last entry was for job employment, and because that's the place that I retired from, sir. Yes.
You retired in 2016, if I recall.
I retired from National Interstate Insurance in 2023. I retired from full-time employment, sir.
You talk about your work and expertise in identity theft.
Yes.
Investigations spanned the United States and was instrumental in creating an identity theft work group consisting of local, state, federal agencies who investigated ID theft cases around the state. Be that as it may, ID theft investigation has no bearing on the case that's before these people here in Huron County. Fair?
And again, sir, I would repeat myself in explaining that anything that we do in the investigative work has a carryover for the investigative techniques that branch from one to another.
Well, this jury heard from several PCI agents. Okay. We've heard from 6 experts in this case. Okay. And I didn't object to any one of them. Mr. Whiteman from PCI is a DNA analyst. Okay. Do you have any reason to dispute? That's what he does. Day in, day out. Week in, week out.
Give me a second.
All right, so as expected, the defense attacking the expertise and the resume of this particular witness, and perhaps a little too vigorously. That's why they ended up having to go to sidebar. We'll have more of that testimony coming up. First, goodbye to Philip Dubé for joining me the last couple of hours. Always a pleasure, Philip. Folks, stick around, though, because coming up, Judge Ashley Wilcott is going to be joining me, and we'll get an update from Court TV field reporter Cody Thomas. He's in Los Angeles on the ground, and the Nick Reiner hearing that happened today. Plus, we're going to bring you that news conference expected to get underway in Providence, Rhode Island on the deadly shooting at Brown University. All of that and more is coming up next, so keep it here on Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
And welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ashley Wilcott.
And I'm Michael Ayala, and we're both here today giving you your front row seat to justice. And at any moment, we're waiting on that news conference from Providence, Rhode Island. The mayor and other officials on that deadly Brown University shooting.
Investigators are still asking for the public's help in identifying and speaking to the individuals shown in these new photos. This person was in proximity of the person of interest. So this is a second person they want your help with.
Now, again, the police are still looking for the person of interest. This person is someone who they believe to have been in the proximity of that person of interest. We're going to bring you that news conference when it begins, of course.
That's right. But for now, while we wait, we want to turn to California, where the son of famed comedy director Rob Reiner appeared in court today. 32-year-old Nick Reiner has now been charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder for the fatal stabbing of his parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner, in their Brentwood home on Sunday.
Joining us now live with all the latest is Court TV field reporter Cody Thomas. Cody, please tell us what's the latest now from today's hearing.
Well, good afternoon, Ashley and Michael. Now, Nick Reiner was in court today, but he waived his right to a speedy arraignment. Now, he was joined by none other than high-profile defense attorney Alan Jackson, who's no stranger to us here at Court TV with that massive Karen Reed murder trial and retrial aired here on the network. Now, Alan Jackson is actually the one who asked for a continuance of this arraignment to be pushed to January 7th of next year. Now, we also saw a brief glimpse of Nick Reiner. He was behind a glass panel in the courtroom. We were not allowed to take any still images or show any video of him, but he was present in the courtroom, and he agreed to waive his right to that speedy arraignment. But let's take a walk back through the charges here that Nick Reiner's actually charged with. Take a listen to DA Nathan Hochman walking through those charges.
Today, I'm here to announce that our office will be filing charges against Nick Reiner, who is accused of killing his parents, actor-director Rob Reiner, and photographer-producer Michelle Singer Reiner. These charges will be 2 counts of first-degree murder with the special circumstance of multiple murders. He also faces a special allegation that he personally used a dangerous and deadly weapon, that being a knife. These charges carry a maximum sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. No decision at this point has been made with respect to the death penalty.
Now, Ashley and Michael, Alan Jackson did take a second to speak to media today following today's court proceedings, pretty much reiterating that this is a very complex case that needs to have no stone left unturned. Take a listen to what he had to say.
I just have a couple of quick words. First of all, and most importantly, this is a devastating tragedy that has befallen the Reiner family. We all recognize that. Our hearts go out to the entire Reiner family. There are very, very complex and serious issues that are associated with this case. These need to be thoroughly, but very carefully dealt with and examined and looked at and analyzed. We ask that during this process you allow the system to move forward in the way that it was designed to move forward. Not with a rush to judgment, not with jumping to conclusions, but with restraint and with dignity and with the respect that this system and this process deserves and that the family deserves. So with that, we are set for January 7th for an arraignment. That's the next court date. And that's all I have to say at this point. There may be more at some other point, but today we're going to rest on where we stand procedurally, which is this was the continuance of arraignment. Nothing happened today substantively. We'll be back for arraignment in the same department on the 7th of January. We'll see you then.
Now, members of the Reiner family also spoke to TMZ earlier today, giving them a statement that says, quote, "Words cannot even begin to describe the unimaginable pain we are experiencing every moment of the day. The horrific and devastating loss of our parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner, is something that no one should ever experience. They weren't just our parents, they were our best friends. We are grateful for the outpouring of condolences, kindness, and support we have received not only from family and friends, but people from all walks of life. We now ask for respect and privacy, for speculation to be tempered with compassion and humanity, and for our parents to be remembered for the incredible lives they lived and the love they gave. So Ashley, Michael, clearly the family is mourning alongside the rest of the world here today, remembering Rob and Michelle Reiner.
And you can absolutely why they would ask for the privacy and the respect as they go through their grief process. Tell us this, though. What do we know, Cody, about Nick's struggle with addiction that we've heard some things about?
Yeah, Ashley, so we know that Nick, over the past decade, has been very vocal about his early life struggles with addiction and homelessness, starting back in his early teen years, as early as 15 years old, doing multiple stints in rehab for his drug addiction, so much so that he went on with his father, Rob, to co-write a movie called Being Charlie, which was loosely based on his early life struggles. Take a listen to Nick describing the process of making that movie alongside his father.
It really clicked for me because we didn't bond a lot as a kid. Like, he really liked baseball, I like basketball, and he could watch that with my brother, but baseball. But I just, when I saw him do that, and it was something that I'm interested in, I was like, wow, like, he really knows a lot, and like, it made me feel closer to him.
And Ashley and Michael, you know, as this case continues to unfold, as this investigation continues to dive deeper, it's becoming increasingly apparent that Nick Reiner had some struggles that may or may not have led to this brutal behavior against his parents.
All right, now, Nick reportedly got into an argument, and this is all alleged, with his parents the night before. What do we know about that?
Yeah, Michael, so the night before, again, this is alleged, as you said, there was a big fight at Conan O'Brien's house for a Christmas party where Rob, Nick, and Michelle were all in attendance alongside other A-list celebrities out here in Los Angeles. Now, according to TMZ, Nick Reiner got into a heated argument with his parents at Conan's Christmas party Saturday. That would be the day before the stabbings took place. Rob and Nick got into a very loud argument where Rob and Michelle eventually left the party, and people noticed Nick Reiner acting strangely at this party. So Ashley, Michael, still a lot of questions left unanswered, but we do know, at least for now, that he will be back in court on January 7th. That is his next court date. Now back to Alan Jackson. Alan Jackson also did not specify how he got attached to this case or who will be paying those high-dollar legal fees either.
Well, that's interesting, right? I think we can all, though, believe, and I think it's probably accurate, that family is supporting him having Alan Jackson, because certainly that would indicate somebody's paying for Alan Jackson.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine Nick has some of his own money, but to pay for a guy like Alan Jackson and to commit to that, I think it requires a lot more than that.
Especially while Nick is in jail, right?
Fair
Which
enough.
is where he is. Cody Thomas, thank you so much for your great reporting live there. I know you'll bring us any of the latest. I just wanted to mention this to you, and that is, earlier there was discussion about the waiver of the right to a speedy arraignment, and that was required as continuing that to January 7th. So we know the court confirmed Alan Jackson was doing that on behalf of his client. January 7th is the next arraignment.
Yeah, the most likely scenario is that he wants to get a little bit more background on his psychiatric situation.
Absolutely.
As well.
All right, I understand that in Providence, Rhode Island, the presser has begun. Let's go in and listen to that.
We understand and share that we are also here for an arrest. The investigation is well underway, and I'll take an update just a second from Colonel Brad and Attorney General Corona. But I want to re.
All right, so not exactly sure what's going on there with the technical aspects of it. We're going to try to get that fixed up, and we'll make sure we get you the information to you as soon as we're able to sort of discern what's going on. I'm not 100% sure who that individual was as well.
Right, no, I agree with you. And again, we do know that there's a second individual. They've released a picture of this second individual. It's the person of interest, and now they also want the public to see if they recognize who that is.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Let's welcome in criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Marie Pereira. Marie, as Ashley just said, this conference comes on the heels of the release of the pictures of someone that they believe was in proximity of the person that they consider a person of interest for committing this crime. What do you make of that at this point, that whole idea of being in proximity and what this person can add to this case or this investigation?
I think that the law enforcement people are being very careful. While they need the public to recognize maybe the person's walk, height, size, and maybe somebody will say, oh, I know somebody with that jacket, and I know somebody that has sort of like a pouchy belly, and he walks like that. They need the help from the public because these videos are extremely helpful in determining at least the stature of the person. But at the same time, they may know more than what they're saying because this is an ongoing investigation. They may be closer than what they're letting the public know because they don't want to really alert the person how close they are to them being apprehended and detected. I think this reminds me of the situation with the Brian Kohlberger case when they had the picture of the vehicle and everybody was saying, do something, we're scared, he's still out there, what are you guys doing, you rinky-dink cops like Keystone cops? And they knew more than they knew is my point. So we want the public to get involved, but at the same time, the whole intensity and all the knowledge that they're gaining from their investigation doesn't have to be put out there either because it could really impede them catching the person.
So I must ask you this, though. Right now, we're unable to clearly hear what's happening at the presser. We're trying to get that resolved. But in the prior two pressers, I think it's fair to say, we heard from the head of law enforcement. We've heard from FBI. We have heard from the Attorney General. We have heard from the mayor. And they've all jumped in to try to answer questions. But I think hard questions are being asked. And in terms of the public trying to be at ease, I don't know that I feel that the public has been put at ease. Do you think there's any perception, false or not, that law enforcement is grasping at straws right now, trying to figure out what happened?
I do, but I think it doesn't necessarily mean that they don't know what's going on, because at the end of the day, this is a very serious investigation. People were murdered. So they want the public to feel safe. They want to involve the public in apprehending the person who's responsible, but at the same time, they can't show the complete hand of their investigation. But it is a frightening thing, because if he could go and do that on that campus, what is to stop him from just walking into a McDonald's or a library and doing it again? Because clearly a person who would do something like this, they don't have any value for their own life. So what's to stop them from doing it again? It's a very hard position. And again, I think it reminds me of the Brian Kohlberger case, because people were scared and we didn't know who he was, but the police and the FBI and all the people who got together to solve the case knew more than what they were saying.
All right, now that news conference still going on. We're getting word about what's being talked about. And again, they're talking about those photos. We've been sort of running them while Marie was talking of this person who was in proximity of the person of interest. Can we pull one of those up real quick? Because Marie, I wanted to ask you, that you can, I guess if you know this person, you could tell who it is, but this is not the clearest picture. Even when you go to close up there, you can get a sense of the features, the body type. But again, as in terms of an identification, not the strongest. How would you characterize this type of photo and this type of picture?
It's not the strongest, but like you said, Michael, you can get a sense. I don't know him. I don't live in that area, but if he was someone that I knew personally, I would recognize the hoodie. I would recognize the coat that he has on. I would recognize the other guy who was walking because he had a fat big belly. I would know unless he stuffed his belly to just throw the cops off. I thought about that too. Maybe he has something, to make himself look pregnant, because to me, I know this guy. If I knew him, I would know. So the videos are not unhelpful. Look at him walking. He's actually a fatty, not to, shame fat people, but you know what I'm saying. He looks like you can't miss it if you know him.
So I have to say this, Michael. Marie, stand by. I know we're going to have to take a break, but Michael, I have to say what stood out to me about the person of interest as well as the person seen in proximity to the person of interest, they both have on all dark clothes, long pants, dark jacket, maybe appropriate for the weather, but the coloring, and they both have on hats. One has on a hat and the other appears to have on a hoodie. But it just strikes me that you see two people in the area that are really dressed pretty similarly to blend in.
Yeah, and people who don't look like they're part of the college community.
That's a great point.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Don't look like they're part of, at least from looking at them. I don't know. I'm not sure what investigators know.
But the appearance.
Absolutely, by the appearance. Now, we're still waiting to get audio from that news conference. It's still going on. As soon as we're able to do that, we're going to take you there live. You're looking at a live picture of it. But again, we're not getting any audio from there. We're working on that. So we'll have much, much more. We're going to take this break. When we come back, see what we got.
Breaking news. We have another press conference. This, of course, is about the Brown University shooting in Providence, Rhode Island. The mayor, other officials have been giving an update on that deadly shooting. Right now, we want to get you back in. There were some audio problems, but we understand that's been corrected, and we can jump in and hear what they're saying.
So this is a happy announcement, but I know the entire Providence community, the entire state of Rhode Island, the governor and I were together at a memorial service last night, mourn the loss and offer our most sincere condolences to the Cook and Umerzakov families. Following up on a note that the colonel made with respect to AI-generated images and other misinformation, we have created an online folder with all of the video and images that have been released. And we encourage both members of the press, but also members of the community. We know lots of people are sharing information, and we appreciate that. We think that will help with this investigation. But we encourage them to download and share the videos and photos from the website that has been created so that you can ensure that you're sharing an accurate and verified photo and video. That website is now live. It is providenceri.gov/tips, TIPS. providenceri.gov/tips is an online file folder that has the videos and photos that have been released to date, and it will be updated as we progress. There's been lots of conversation up here about the heroic work of the hundreds of law enforcement professionals who remain hard at work 24 hours a day and who are, in fact, making progress. I want to close with one additional thank you tonight. All of those tip line calls are coming into the city's telecommunications department, the same folks who answer the 911 calls, and they too have been working tirelessly. And I want to thank the men and women at dispatch and at telecommunications for their diligence. Everyone in the city of Providence truly has a role to play in this investigation, and we're grateful for their assistance. We'll take your questions. John.
Colonel, I have a question for Colonel regarding the map. As he's walking around, I want to establish actually, what's the earliest that this person of interest emerges? I believe you had said Saturday morning at 10:30, but then someone else said maybe a couple days earlier. And I recognize that it fluctuates and this is evolving. But as of right now, what's the earliest that this individual, to your knowledge, shows up on camera?
About 10:30 a.m. on the date of this tragic incident. However, it's like anything else. I also mentioned yesterday that they do case the areas. They do a lot of prior checking for their crime, and so we truly believe that it could be that possibly it was there prior as well. And so we want to make sure that we don't miss anything. And so that's why we're asking the public to help us to ensure within that map area that I mentioned, with the borders between Wickeden, Brook, all those areas, Gano, that if you have a camera system, to reach out to us.
I was in along I Street, Gano today. Tremendous number of federal officials literally going door to door. Would you say, just how would you describe? I mean, it just seems that this is probably right now the most massive, intensive manhunt going on in the world.
I think I agree with you on that, John, and definitely commend the men and women, obviously, and all our federal partners. It's a lot of work, and it's intense, as you stated. It takes a lot to be able to knock on doors, see videos. There's terabytes of videos that you have to look, and I mentioned it yesterday. We're looking for a moment that takes almost less than a second, and if you miss it, you're missing something that could be critical and important for us to use. And so, yes, it's definitely an intense, and I believe that is probably the most intense investigation going on right now in this nation.
Colonel, the second person that you want to talk to, can you drill down at all on any interactions that you believe you may have had with the main person of interest? Do you believe he talked to him? How close was he to him? Any interactions? What can you tell me?
So yeah, we have video footage of that determines to us and the detectives that can tell that this person was in the vicinity where the subject of interest was that we wanted that we actually have an interest on. Close enough that we feel that we need to speak with them to find out because videos don't speak. If you think about it, I wish the video could speak, and then I'll have the answers that we need to, so that we can continue on this investigation. So we're trying to find out exactly what it is, and that's why we need to speak with them. Please.
Does this person, this new individual, have anything to do with
why the person of interest was seen running in the surveillance footage?
Again, I wish the videos could speak. We're trying to get those answers.
And have you found any items of interest during your search, specifically clothing?
Nothing as we speak, no.
Up front here.
Who among law enforcement or other first responders was first on the scene that day, and who came next?
So Brown University was on scene, and then immediately the Providence Police Department within minutes was there.
Back there, the green jacket.
You recently released a video from 216 on the day of the shooting, where we see the person of interest come into contact or near another person. Is that the moment that you think this new person and the person of interest might have come close?
That's correct. They're around the area of Benevolent and Cook.
So behind the Rhode Island Historical Society, that corner of Georgia.
Right near that area, correct.
And you had some searches going on in North Attleboro today. Is that connected at all to this case?
I can confirm we're all over the place. If a tip comes in and he needs us to go down to Connecticut, we're going down to Connecticut. If a tip comes in and tells us that we got to go to Boston, we're going to Boston.
Right there, in the green jacket. Go ahead.
Is it possible that the second person could become a person of interest?
All we know is that that person was in the vicinity of the subject that we have an interest on, and we want to speak with them.
Missing Greg.
español, si nos puede contar, Jefe Pérez, esta persona, la persona que busca identificar esa interacción, en qué área sucedió y qué pide de la comunidad.
Yeah, so pretty much the question is just if we can explain in Spanish exactly why we're looking for this individual, or why do we want to speak with them. So, esta persona verdaderamente es alguien que nosotros tenemos interés de hablar con ellos porque estaba en la área inmediata donde este individuo estaba. Entonces queremos saber más de por qué estaba ahí para explicar la razón y qué interacción hubo.
¿Tienen algún indicativo de que la persona que cometió el tiroteo actuó sola o actuó con alguien más?
Eso es lo que estamos investigando.
Go ahead.
My question is, have you found any DNA evidence from the crime scene or the area that you believe might belong to the shooter?
So we have found a lot of evidence that we need to, and we use and utilize it to hopefully guide us in the right direction in order to identify the individual that we're looking for.
Any of that been DNA evidence?
There's actual physical evidence, there's DNA evidence, there's a lot of evidence that we're collecting to ensure that we can find the answer.
Pat.
A question for Attorney General Noronha. My understanding from your conversations over the last few days is that the Attorney General's office has taken the lead in terms of doing the investigation. My question is, what's the relationship between the Attorney General's office and the Rhode Island State Police, who we haven't heard much from over the last few days, in terms of who's doing what and what type of time commitment? And I do have a follow-up.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that we're leading it. I think that we are working closely with our law enforcement investigators. So you divide, I think you can divide in a case like this, the people involved into two groups. So there are at least 5 prosecutors that have been here since Saturday night. I've been here for a fair chunk of it myself, particularly after hours back at the office. But what those prosecutors are doing, Pat, is asking questions, helping to narrow and inform factual inquiries. Certainly when there's a question, all right, do we have enough to get a search warrant for a house or a car or a buccal swab from a person of interest? They're informing that. So in any complex investigation, both federally and stateside, prosecutors are embedded with the investigative team, and we bring our own heads to the investigation because we have been involved in writing search warrant affidavits and arrest warrant affidavits and wiretaps for years.
And the Rhode Island State Police, what kind of role have they played in terms of investigating? And I still have
Yeah, the Colonel can answer that. But before you do, Colonel, I just want to make sure that I answer it as well. One of the images that I have most keenly in my mind from a couple nights ago is a state police lieutenant or Derek Melfi talking to John Permiano of the Providence Police, talking to Colin Woods of the FBI, and identifying a certain piece of video evidence that's important to this investigation. And that's how intertwined and cohesive it is, while prosecutors look on and engage at the same time.
So I addressed this question a couple of days ago. So this is a very collaborative effort between all of law enforcement, between the Providence Police, the state police, all of our federal partners. We will continue to develop leads and follow that with the evidence that comes along with that until this perpetrator is apprehended.
Thank you. I have one quick follow-up for the gentleman from Brown University. Yep. Can you say for the record and with complete certainty that every bit of digital mass surveillance, whatever type of evidence was collected by the infrastructure of Brown University has been turned over to the Providence Police Department as well as the Attorney General's office? Is the Brown University withholding anything for the record?
For the record, we are cooperating 100% with law enforcement. We are turning over everything we have to assist in this investigation.
And you have a map, and they are fully aware of whatever surveillance is being taken?
All materials are being provided to law enforcement.
All right, we're going to continue with more of this press conference. Quick cheat sheet here. The investigation's ongoing. The police chief called it perhaps the most intense investigation going on in the country right now.
Yes, and there is an online folder with images and videos. The public is encouraged to look at those and reach out if they have any identification information about either person.
All right, we'll step aside, take a break. We'll have more of the press conference on the other side. Keep it here on Court TV, your front row seat to justice. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Michael Ayala here with Judge Ashley Wilcott, and we continue to follow breaking news coming out of Providence, Rhode Island. There is a press conference being held by city officials, including the Attorney General, the mayor, and the police chief on the shooting that took place on the University of Brown University over the weekend. Let's go back in for more.
Mayor, thank you very much. Regarding the new person of interest video, who may have had contact with the primary person? Does law enforcement not have the capability to identify and find someone when you have like full face recognition without exposing them to public scrutiny? That would follow up.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's something where you have to investigate. If you don't know who the person is, it's very difficult, and especially if the image is blurred, it's very difficult to identify him. And so if we had that availability to be able to identify him without the assistance of the public, we would. So at this point, we do not, and that's why we're putting it out to the public to assist us in identifying who this person is.
And then with this person of interest that you're looking at today, or this subject that you released today, are we sure it's a man? I know it was brought up in the question before, it could be a man, but are we 100% sure it's a man, or could it be a woman as well?
It's a person that we would like to at least speak with.
But, you know, there's no giving a gender at this time?
No, there isn't.
Colonel, there's a black satchel that the main person of interest was carrying. In some images he is seen with it, some images he is seen without.
Sorry, man.
Have you recovered that black satchel? Do you know if can you tell us whether he was wearing that strapped over his shoulder?
Yes.
Was he wearing it before the shooting, after the shooting?
He's wearing it at times, definitely on and off, and I think I addressed that yesterday. Obviously, that we see him in the video with it, and then at times we don't see him, just like you stated. So we're assuming that he actually hid it under the coat that he was wearing, but we don't have it, no.
Patrick.
For Colonel Perez,
Yes.
the map that you showed, it looks like the perimeter has moved south into the Fox Point area from the immediate places where we've seen video footage. Can you tell me why the level of interest has moved south of the shooting site and into the Fox Point area? Is there new video footage? Is there additional evidence that points towards that area?
I mean, the investigation is intensive, so we're following his path. And again, as the last place we saw him was right at Ives near Pittman. And so that's sort of south, and we're going to continue to check, but that's the last place that we saw him. That's why we moved south, and we may continue to move. It all depends. We want to see as far as we can, how far we can go to identify him.
Are there any other sightings or anything else down by? I mean, that you've extended all the way to like Wickeden, where we don't have any.
Correct. We're at Ives in Pittman right now, but potentially could lead us further down to Butler. It could lead us further down south. So we just want to make sure we cover enough.
Steve.
Colonel, can you now explain to us 5 days later how many students were in that classroom? Sadly, 2 lost their lives, 9 others injured. We're encouraged about the update today. But can you now say how many kids were in that classroom? And did the gunman come in from the back so these people never knew it was coming? Or did he come in front with full view of everybody?
And that's all part of the interviews, and actually we're cooperating with Brown to get the roster. That was a study hall, so we don't have the number. We're still getting information as far as who was there. I know Brown sent out an email to the students to notify us if they were present, and we're still getting that, so I can't give you an exact account now.
Okay, and then just a follow-up. You did say that you lost sight of the gunman at some specific road outside of your perimeter.
No, it's within the perimeter, Steve. Yeah.
Right, and then what happened with him after that? There's no, you have no video of where he could have gone from there?
We're still out there as we speak. There's people out there, detectives out there, there's task force officers. We're trying to figure out what are the locations we can find, but we haven't found anything else. But we're knocking on doors and making sure, and that's why I'm putting out the call to the public to assist us. If you happen to be within that box, that borders exactly where we want you to look, then that's exactly why we're here.
Second round here. Yeah. Inside the classroom, you've done your interviews, you continue to do your interviews. The description that eyewitnesses are giving, does it match the primary person of interest? And what can you say more about the weapon? You know that the TA said that he saw a gun that was so big and so long. Is it possible at this point that the gunman had multiple weapons? Can you square that for us?
Yeah, there's definitely, the interviews are definitely telling us that that's the description that we have. And yes, they're describing the weapon. Some people, obviously, you can think it was chaos. And so we're definitely getting some info as far as what the weapon looked like and exactly what was going on in that room. So
we don't think there's multiple weapons?
No, just that individual.
I just want to jump in here, too, because, you mentioned a long gun. We're not we are not in a position to say, unless the chief, you want to square it, whether this was a long gun or not. I think that there's been an account from the TA. There are multiple accounts about multiple things, including how this gunman approached the victims. Those are not details that advance the investigation. Why not? They don't advance the investigation because as we interview witnesses, we don't want them to learn facts from these press conferences. We want them to relay the facts that they have in their heads, including a person of interest. So we don't want a person of interest to shape what they're telling us based on what we know as expressed to you about those kinds of details, sir, that you asked. So we're being careful about the facts that we're sharing for that reason, so that when we talk to witnesses, what we're getting is their factual recitation. And as you might imagine, in a situation where there is chaos, and look, people are ducking for cover as well they should have, you are going to get different accounts, and part of what's going on now is reconciling those accounts. And I don't know, Chief, if you want to weigh in more about the weapon, but I don't want anyone to leave this room thinking that this weapon was a long gun, because that would be a misperception from what I know.
Alex.
In the video released yesterday, it appears that the person of interest is going by a police cruiser that has its lights on. Does that mean that the dash cam in that cruiser was on and activated, and have police been able to recover anything useful from that video?
So that was a brown police cruiser, and I'm not sure if they have body cameras in their cruisers. I don't think they do.
Dash cam, no.
That's, no.
Okay.
I don't want to
And
answer
then my
the
next
chief.
follow-up question would be, are you working with flock camera experts to try and recover anything from those cameras?
So as you know, we work with Flock, we have LPRs in the city, and we're utilizing every resource we can. Yes, Alex. Yeah.
Brian.
Colonel, you mentioned there is other evidence, but at this point, how much of this investigation turns on the public identifying who's in those images? And are you discouraged or surprised that after a couple days of it being out there, you haven't gotten anything more concrete?
No, I think this is, like we said earlier, it's a very intense investigation, and I think it's going to take public assistance. It's actually going to take, obviously, 21st century policing involving technology, but it's also going to take good old-fashioned police work, which is knocking on doors, retrieving evidence, going through yards, talking to witnesses. It's going to take all that and more, Brian.
Yeah, and no one's discouraged. I mean, I've been in that command post. No one's discouraged. I mean, leads are coming in, they're being run to ground, and no one's discouraged. Oh, sure. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've been...
All right, we have added the FBI tip line and the Rhode Island tip line on the bottom because, again, person of interest they've released, as well as someone who is in proximity of the person of interest. If you see them, you need to call one of those tip lines. Also, Michael, we were discussing the good news they learned during this press conference, and that is another victim of the shooting at Brown University was released from the hospital on Wednesday. That means 6 people remain hospitalized, 1 in critical but stable condition, 5 are in stable condition. So it's good news another was released.
And apparently they spoke to the family members of the victims, and everyone seems to be getting better.
Yes.
So lots of good news.
Yeah, lots of good news. Thank goodness. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll get you back in for more. Stay with us, Court TV Live.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, a Hollywood icon and his wife stabbed to death and their own son charged with their murders. Our teams are live with the latest in the murders of Rob and Michelle Reiner.
Closing Arguments tonight at 8, 7 Central, only on Court TV.
I'm going to ask you a lot of personal questions.
From the crime scene to the courtroom, this is Victim to Verdict.
Everyone has this heightened sense of anticipation.
today.
Breaking news. The news conference, again, another one today in Providence, Rhode Island, where city officials are giving an update on that deadly Brown University shooting. The mayor is there. The attorney general is there. The governor has been there. Law enforcement, the Providence, head of the Providence law enforcement, they were the first ones to get to the scene. Let's go back in for more.
I've been in the command post, as the colonel has, and no one's discouraged. I mean, I get when I'm not there, I get hourly reports from my own team, and there's an enormous amount of energy for people who have been working as hard as they have been. I'm really quite impressed by that, frankly, and there's no discouragement among people who understand that not every case is a case that can be solved quickly. In my view, they get solved. It's just a matter of time. In this case, will get solved too.
Would you have a message or an appeal to the shooter or anybody who may think they know who they are, who may be on the fence?
Well, look, certainly it would behoove everyone, including the shooter, to provide information to law enforcement and to the shooter to turn himself in. He will be caught, and it's just a matter of time before we catch him. And I believe that based on my experience, but also from watching the people in that command post and getting reports from where they're coming back out in the field. They know what they're doing, they're experienced, they're working hard. There's no lack of resources. Everyone's working really well together. And we're going to crack this case. And when we crack it, it's going to come open really quickly.
Straight back from the best.
Thank you. Greedy Mayor, have you spoken with local business owners about how much this is impacting their bottom line, especially during the holiday season, and any concerns that they might have about the situation?
Yeah, I have. It's hard work being a small business owner, and this time of year is critical to them. There's a commercial district just off campus called Thayer Street. Those businesses are particularly struggling as both students went home early and some people are avoiding the area. Similarly, there's a couple other commercial districts nearby the area, which is Wickenden Street, as has been discussed here tonight, and Wayland Square. The city's Department of Economic Development, in partnership with the Greater Providence Chamber of Commerce, is reaching out to those business owners to look at assistance programs or otherwise try to support them to ensure that their businesses can stay healthy and vibrant through this.
Do you know when those might take effect?
Those conversations started yesterday, and so we're working with the various merchants associations to try to determine what sort of assistance might be most helpful, and when it's ready to announce, we will. Thanks. Please.
My question is for the Colonel. So looking at this new map, there's more video so far of him before than there is after the shooting. Do you think the person of interest got to the vehicle somewhere within this area, and are you going to go through license plate readers?
Absolutely, yeah. We're looking for that evidence, if there was any vehicles involved. And yes, you're right, he was there earlier, and so that's why we're looking at that as well. And definitely we're using, I mentioned that earlier, the LPRs, the flock, any cameras. That's why we're making a call out to the public to assist us with that. And so part of those resources that we're going to need, as the general stated, to make that apprehension.
Dan.
I have a question and a follow-up first to the Attorney General. Attorney General Dan Gianni, NBC 10.
Hi, Dan.
You had said the other day that you released the person of interest because the DNA didn't match, which would assume that there was DNA of the person of interest in that room. Can you tell us what it was? And if he hasn't committed a crime before, how it makes it a little bit more difficult?
Yeah, so DNA, when it's entered into a nationwide system, can confirm the identity of a suspect or subject. And certainly the advantage here is that when we find a person of interest, and we can get a search warrant for what we call a buccal swab, we can compare that to a known quantum of evidence. That can rule people in and obviously can rule people out. That's a powerful piece of evidence, but it's not the only evidence. And relatedly to the question about, do we need only the public? The public is going to really help us here by identifying this person. But at the same time, there are other leads coming in through other forms of electronic and other evidence that are taking multiple teams out in different directions. And we're able, through a variety of means, not just DNA evidence, to rule people in or rule people out. And it's a combination of really impressive work by vector experts in various forms of modern law enforcement techniques.
I have a second question, Brown. So I asked this question out of deep respect, but I asked it for a lot of parents who are frustrated who reached out to me, so please keep that in mind. And they want to know how a school with a $9 billion endowment does not have cameras on one of the older buildings at the edge of the campus where this happened, not even in the front door, who's coming and going. Now, they asked this question knowing that the shooter may have done whatever he wanted, but the cameras, A, would have deterred, or B, captured a better look at him, and we wouldn't be here today 5 days out. I want you to explain that, because there's a lot of parents who are wondering, where are you investing your money?
Yeah, I appreciate that question, and I want to reiterate, as our president did, that supporting our students and communicating to the parents, to our community about our support is of
survivors that were in where the shooting took place, have any of those survivors described the person of interest as the shooter, and or have they given a physical description of the shooter that is similar to the person of interest that we've been shown?
That's correct. Yes, they have. Yes, they have.
They have.
Yes.
Can you tell us how many actionable tips you've received at this point?
Happy to see Steve Plamskin.
Thanks very much, Mayor. And that's a two-part question, both for Colonel Perez and Mr. Doxel, FBI. As you've expanded the area that you've appealed to people who may have cameras within about an 80-block area, is it fair to say that the calls of people with cameras have tailed off, that you've gotten about all you can get?
No, we're still getting info. We're still getting calls, and we're doing a lot of knocking on doors, and it's been extremely helpful. So no, we're not done. We're going to continue to expand, and we get calls, and sometimes just knocking on doors alone is providing us that evidence.
And notwithstanding the fact the FBI issues a bulletin to all of its field offices and so forth, is it fair to say that until and unless you get a picture of this guy stepping into a car, you're not going to...
All right, we need to pause it there. Don't go anywhere. They're continuing to try to make the city feel secure that they are doing everything they can. They'd already talked about increased police presence to make the residents there feel safe.
Yeah, you can feel that they are trying to do what they can to get people moving about the city, not feeling like they have to be behind closed doors and, you know, not impacting the economy in any way if everybody's not even going to some of these shops around the university.
You're right, absolutely. All these things to be considered. I'll tell you what, they're all on top of this in terms of having these press conferences to share what they can. They need the public's help. So what we'll do is take a break. When we come back, we're going to get you the rest of the news conference. Stay here with us on Court TV Live.
Welcome back. Let's get you back inside of that room where we are hearing a press conference in Providence, Ohio. This is, of course, in light of the shooting that happened on Saturday at Brown University. A manhunt still going on right now.
That's right. Providence, Rhode Island is where they are bringing all the information to us that they can. They don't know who it is. They are asking for the public's help. A person of interest identified in a video yesterday. Now they've released a picture of a second person who they say is someone who is in close proximity to the person of interest. Let's go back in.
Square one. You don't really have a sense of who he is, where he's going, and how he's getting there.
I would say, as it relates to the FBI, as well as our partners here, any information that comes in, that has not tailed off at all. And I would say one thing that remains constant is we will always need the public's assistance in anything that we do. No matter what you guys may see on TV, we will always need the public's assistance. I say as it relates to that, any tip that comes in, the information that we get, we're able to aggregate that and push out, not only to make links with other FBI field offices, so in a way in which we can follow that lead all the way to ground. And so the information that is coming in, we are pushing that out throughout our field offices, throughout our partnerships into that community, and then we get it back as well. That's helping us to cross off leads in which are not valid, and then to push on leads that are valid as well.
But without that, I don't know if it's a video or something that shows him stepping into a car and you get a plate or something along those lines, makes your job that much more difficult.
Yes, and I mean, I think we mentioned this job is painstakingly difficult, but we've signed up to do it. As the AG mentioned, we have not lost any vigor or investigative rigor as we've gone forth into this. I will say that evidence that you're talking about sounds more like a smoking gun. Oftentimes, within my experience in the FBI, and I'm sure our partners as well, we get seeds. We only get seeds. And then we, through that hard work, as the Colonel mentioned, we end up building that story. We put that puzzle together. That's what we do. That's what we signed up for, and we're committed to that, to this community, to help do that.
In the back there. Yeah.
Thank you. Colonel. Yes. I want to follow up on one of my colleagues over there. You mentioned the old school police work, and my colleague mentioned crossing people off the list, like basically making sure it's not that person, it's not that person. In homicide investigations, isn't it usually someone close to the victim? And if so, and the person also seemed to have no ground somewhat, have you knocked off every single person from ground? When I say knock off, meaning they didn't do it, from staff to students?
Yes, of course. I mean, investigations, and I don't think that in every homicide, everyone that commits the homicide is close to that person. That's not something that happens. But we have obviously eliminated those strong leads that come up as strong leads. As a tip comes up, we label it as a high priority, medium priority, low priority. And yes, once we vet it through and make sure that we cover everything and we prove that that person has nothing to do with it, absolutely, we clear it out.
Yeah, and if I can I just want to just jump in here to clarify that. So clearly, one of the investigators do it clearly, and is that when you have a victim, you build back all of the relationships. You do that in any case. And so you build a profile of your victims so you know who may have threatened them, what they may have said that might have caused somebody to react a certain way. So yeah, that work is ongoing in conjunction with all the other work we're doing. But from where I sit today, there's been no development of any evidence that suggests that that's what drove this shooter. That could change, but there's nothing that we have recovered or analyzed to date that suggests that it was specific person motivated. Again, could change, but we're 5 days out. That work is being done, and there is nothing that suggests that at this time.
Last question.
This is for law enforcement and potentially Brown, but 5 days have passed. How is it possible that we still don't have a clear idea of who was in the classroom during the shooting?
5 days have passed. It could be 6 days. We were hoping that only 1 day passed. Unfortunately, investigations, as this nature of investigation, as intensive as it is going to take time. And it's going to take a lot of time to be able to interview, seize evidence, examine it, to come up with the right person. But as the general stated, a person is going to get caught. We're going to do our job, and we're not going to stop until we do. And so we're going to continue. It could be later, it could be tomorrow, but we're not stopping until we find them.
But surely there's a log or something of people entering that classroom in particular now.
No, I'd be happy to speak to that. So at this time of year, we have final exams taking place. We also have study sessions taking place. That particular classroom, it was a study session. Had it been a final exam, we'd have a roster. We'd handed it over. We know exactly who was in the room because everybody shows up for a final. But for a study session, it's elective.
We're finishing the answer. Ronaldo.
It's elective.
I have a question for you.
It's elective to turn out for a study session. So we don't know exactly what fraction of the overall roster turned out a voluntary review session.
So there's no physical log, just to clarify.
Law enforcement is working to reconstruct that, but there would not be a formal law.
The camera in that building, they brown put up because the sanctuary city law that we have, you don't want to record illegal immigrants, and you don't want to provide the footage to the FBI or immigration authority. One camera in that building, it come out from your detectives, they are friends of mine, they're angry at this investigation that these people in Brown University put the camera up, they can identify that person. You imagine how the family want to go through? Tell the truth to the media here. Putting cameras off.
We heard from both the Brown Police Chief and the Provost at Brown, who have shared that they have been fully cooperative and been forthcoming with all data and evidence that they have. The City of Providence's experience is the same. Brown has been really cooperative and collaborative and fully sharing with us. We will be back here tomorrow. Once again, if you are not on the press list and you would like to be updated, please see Camille. Otherwise, we will see you all tomorrow. Thank you. Yes, at 4.
Joining us now to discuss criminal defense attorney Silva Megardichian. Silva, thank you for watching along with us. And there's a lot of heat in that room, that reporter asking the questions, whoever that individual was, seemingly just very passionate and upset. But then again, we have different people who are really political by nature, right? They're elected officials who are providing information, all talking about all the different aspects. Does that add confusion, or do you think that helps provide clarity that we are on this, we are working hard, we're telling you what we know?
First of all, Judge Ashley and Julia, thank you so much for having me. You know I love you both. Judge Ashley, look, I've always said transparency is the most important aspect to any investigation because transparency equates trust of the public. The more you hide, the more you don't disclose, that is when there is trouble. And I think in this case, the investigators, they were incredibly honest. Look, we know days have gone by. We're trying really hard to solve this. We need the public's help. I think that's incredibly transparent to say, look, we don't have all the information. We need more. You know, as opposed to, you know, what LAPD did right after the Nick Reiner investigation. You know, they were unable to disclose the names of, you know, the 78-year-old and the 68-year-old, even though it was released that Rob Reiner and his wife were tragically killed. In LA, it made us doubt the information that was coming out from the LAPD and distrust. I think it's absolutely imperative that when the community is scared, they don't know when this person can strike again. They don't know how many people he is targeting, whether it is random or targeted. The only way that you can instill confidence in your police force is to be transparent of the strength of your investigation, but also the weakness of your investigation. So I think they're handling it as well as they could under the fear-mongering, not fear-mongering, because that's inappropriate. They are legitimately fearful, but I think there's just so many voices and they have to keep it controlled and honest.
Yeah, honesty really being demanded there in that room. And I think they have to do this because the more that they do these press conferences, the more this is covered by national media, it's keeping those images in the public eye. And right now they just need that person who is in proximity to their person of interest to come forward and say, yes, I'm the person. What do you need to know? Silva, stand by. We have to get to our break. When we come back, though, we're going to take you out to California for the latest in the Reiner family homicide. Keep it locked here on Court TV Live.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Judge Ashley Wilcott along with Julia Janae. And we together want to pivot with you to go to California for our other big story, the Reiner family homicides.
Yeah, the suspect in this one, 32-year-old Nick Reiner. He was in court today for an arraignment along with his defense team led by recognizable to us attorney Alan Jackson. Now, Reiner is charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder in the deaths of his parents. This is famed actor and director Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle.
Their bodies were found inside their Brentwood home last Sunday. People magazine is reporting that the medical examiner said they died of multiple sharp force injuries.
And Court TV field reporter Cody Thomas has been following the story and joins us live from Los Angeles with more. Cody, what can you tell us?
Well, good afternoon, Ashley and Julia. Nick Reiner was in court today, but the big news is that he waived his right to a speedy arraignment. Now, as Julia, you just said, he was joined by none other than Alan Jackson, his defense attorney. Alan Jackson was also there with Elizabeth Little, so a similar defense structure to what we saw in the Karen Reed trial. Now, Alan Jackson is the one who asked the judge for a continuance of this arraignment to January 7th of next year. He took a little moment to speak with media following today's proceedings. Take a listen to this statement.
I just have a couple of quick words. First of all, and most importantly, this is a devastating tragedy that has befallen the Reiner family. We all recognize that. Our hearts go out to the entire Reiner family. There are very, very complex and serious issues that are associated with this case. These need to be thoroughly, but very carefully dealt with and examined and looked at and analyzed. We ask that during this process you allow the system to move forward in the way that it was designed to move forward. Not with a rush to judgment, not with jumping to conclusions, but with restraint and with dignity and with the respect that this system and this process deserves and that the family deserves. So with that, we are set for January 7th for an arraignment. That's the next court date. And that's all I have to say at this point. There may be more at some other point, but today we're going to rest on where we stand procedurally, which is this was the continuance of an arraignment. Nothing happened today substantively. We'll be back for an arraignment in the same department on the 7th of January. We'll see you then.
Now, Nick Reiner is now charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder in the stabbing deaths of his father, Rob Reiner, and his mother, Michelle. District Attorney Nathan Hochman says these charges rise to the special circumstances due to the multiple murders involved here. Now, we also know Nick Reiner has been vocal in the past about his struggles with addiction and homelessness during his early teen years, even going on to co-write a movie with his father called Being Charlie that was loosely based on his early struggles. Take a listen to this.
It really clicked for me because we didn't bond a lot as a kid. Like, he really liked baseball, I liked basketball, and he could watch that with my brother, but baseball. But I just, when I saw him do that, and it was something that I'm interested in, I was like, wow, like, he really knows a lot, and like, it made me feel closer to him.
Now, Ashley and Julia, of course, we've heard speculation about this Christmas party last Saturday, the night before the alleged stabbings at Conan O'Brien's house in Los Angeles, where evidently Nick got into a big, loud argument with his father, Rob. There are still a lot of questions that are still left unanswered here, but of course we know he'll be back in court on January 7th for that arraignment.
Thank you so much, Cody Thomas, for that report. We also want to bring you a programming note. The Reiner Family Murders, a Court TV special, airs Friday night at 8 p.m. Eastern. Court TV lead anchor Vinnie Politan takes us inside the investigation as field reporter Cody Thomas joins live from the scene of the crime in Los Angeles.
We do want to bring in our guest who is standing by watching all of this. Criminal defense attorney Silva Megardician is with us. Silva, a lot that we are learning. The medical examiner's office now saying the bodies are ready for release, so they have finished their initial autopsy, it seems, determining this was a homicide and that the cause of death was multiple sharp force injuries to each of those victims. What is your thought on that?
You know, Julia, it's interesting because I was at the courthouse yesterday. I'm actually in that court building almost weekly. And It made sense to me that Alan Jackson put the case over to January 7th and put the arraignment over. The first thought in my mind was, imagine whatever the circumstances were allegedly in this case, if it is the son and there's mental health as well as drug addiction issues, depending on how his state is, he is likely either not sober or not competent yet to really help his attorney or to talk about the incident. The other interesting thing about that courtroom at an arraignment, when it's such a major case, which I've had a lot of major cases in that courtroom, a lot of times the district attorney's office, they're not unable to give the full discovery, which means the full investigation, the full arrest report. As we know, the coroner's report just came out. So all of that still needs to be given to the defense attorney. And so that's another reason why Alan Jackson would put over the arraignment to get all the information. This case is going to hinge on so many variables. And we heard hints of it through Alan Jackson and even the family statement when they're asking for privacy and compassion and understanding. And Alan Jackson saying there are so many issues here. Look, Alan Jackson is an amazing attorney, and what he did in Karen Reed's case was attack the evidence. In this particular matter, Julia, it's really going to come down to extensive competency issues, extensive mental health, and extensive as to this man was 15 when addiction was started, allegedly. Was there organic mental illness? Was he self-medicating? Did he become so addicted that his mental health became completely drained? All of this is going to be investigated by the defense attorneys through a myriad of experts. This is going to be a long road, and it is going to take a lot of understanding, compassion, investigation. And the DA's office, well, it's special circumstance. It's likely going to be life without the possibility of parole that they're seeking. I don't think it will be a death penalty case, but I do think that they are going to pursue hard life without the possibility of parole.
And it's also going to be interesting to see how they bring in the forensic evidence. What will that show us? Were there defensive wounds? Were there not? Was it self-defense? We just don't know any of that yet. It's premature. We, of course, will continue to follow this story. Silva, stand by if you would, please. We need to take another break. Up next, we're going to head to Ohio for testimony in the drowned wife murder trial of Paul Hicks. You don't want to miss it. Stay here with us on your front row seat to justice.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, a Hollywood icon and his wife stabbed to death and their own son charged with their murders. Our teams are live with the latest in the murders of Rob and Michelle Reiner.
Closing Arguments tonight at 8, 7 Central, only on Court TV.
I'm going to ask you a lot of personal questions.
From the crime scene to the courtroom, this is Victim to Verdict.
Everyone has this heightened sense of anticipation.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. We are shifting gears now, taking you to Ohio for this trial that we've been following all week, the drowned wife murder trial. And the man on trial is Paul Hicks.
He is charged with 3 counts of murder and 1 count of kidnapping in the death of his estranged wife, Regina Hicks. Today, a key witness in the case, Stephen Gates, testified, but we could not record his testimony per the judge's order. He opted out, but he is the one who came forward with information, Julia, about the case that actually led to the arrest of Hicks.
He is a huge witness. He is the reason that we did not see charges back in 24 years ago, and now him coming forward has changed everything. So since we couldn't record it, we have paraphrased some of his testimony on direct examination. Again, this is Stephen Gates talking about the fatal moment. Let's put some up on your screen. He said, when under direct, I remember looking in the car and I saw the victim, Regina Hicks, crumpled up in the passenger side floor. The defendant was outside of the passenger door, and he said, meaning Paul Hicks, dude, and then there's an expletive deleted there, she's dead.
And then he testified, all I remember seeing is taillights up in the air, taillights from Regina's car. He was muddy, she was all muddy also. I was kind of in shock. Paul, who is the defendant, came out of the pond wet and got into the car with me. Paul made a phone call and left her a voicemail. He told me, you're involved. After that, the prosecutor asks, what was your response? The witness says, in hindsight, I was just a dumb kid. I didn't know what I was doing. I just remember the threats over the years to me and my family and my cattle.
And a note, Gates has been granted full immunity in exchange for his truthful testimony in court. So right now we want to catch you up on more of the testimony that did come out that we were able to record. A retired investigator with the Ohio State Highway Patrol is here under cross.
So that would be what's out.
Mr. Wells, hand you what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit F, okay?
Okay.
You familiar with Focus Forensics out of Chicago?
I am not familiar with Focus Forensics. I am familiar with Bosch.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Caceres asked some questions about this. I want to zero in. When we talk about the black box, that's the computer now in most of our vehicles. Okay, we testify to on direct, measures speed, right? Measures acceleration.
Are you asking me, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It can. It depends on the make, the model, the manufacturer, and all of that. So each one is different. So I can't say specifically as a generality that they do everything.
And when we look at on the second column on the left, you agree with me what I handed you is simply a list of make and models of automobiles.
Yes.
Right. And although we say generically black box event data recorders, I think you referred to them as EDRs when you testified?
Yes.
Okay. And they use those language CDR, crash data retrieval. You'd agree with me we're talking about the same thing, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, as you said, the Chevy Camaro, that technology wasn't available until 1996, right?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so as a result of that, it was critical to try to learn as much as you can about the physics and the speed and the force of the 1994 Camaro and what happened on October 18th, 2001, or didn't happen on October 18th, 2001?
Is that a question, sir?
It is.
Can you repeat it, please?
Yes. Because we don't have a CDR, or EDR, or black box on that particular car. It's imperative to learn as much as we can about the speed of that car.
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay. The weight of that car.
Okay, yes.
Okay. Acceleration of that car in second gear.
Yes, sir.
Taking into account potentially weight and who the driver may have been.
Yes, sir.
Who a passenger may have been.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And although you have done several reconstructions in your career involving automobiles, there was no reconstruction done in this case.
Is that a statement or a question, sir?
You would agree with me there was no reconstruction done in this case?
Not from my, well, that's not exactly true, sir.
Okay. When you talk about a reconstruction, right? Mm-hmm. You're trying to analyze exactly the path, what happened to that particular car in regards to that, whatever that accident or end result of that car ended up, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. That's a big part in the state.
All right, Silva Megerdician is still with us, criminal defense attorney. Happy to have you out there in California. Let's, instead of talking about this investigator, I do want to get your reaction to Stephen Gates on the stand. I mean, that's the big moment of today. These jurors have got to still be thinking about what he said, because that's really all investigators had that changed in 24 years. What do you make of what he said on the stand and his decision to opt out of being on camera or being recorded?
You know, Julia, it's huge, right? Because here's the issue that is so imperative in juries' minds, right? In jurors' minds. They have to weigh the fact that he has complete immunity. He has nothing to lose by saying whatever he wants to say, whether it's an exaggeration or a lie or a truth, it's all equal because he has complete immunity. So again, the jury's going to think, well, what's the incentive here? Does he want to do the right thing? But why didn't he do the right thing for the past 2 decades? You know, he says that his family was under threat, but what about the greater good of solving this crime and allowing her family to have some closure? And also, the fact of the matter is, we know that memories wane in time. How do we know that he remembers this truly, or are these exaggerated memories where he could have convinced himself? All of this is incredibly imperative that a jury is going to think. In these kinds of cases, Julia, where there's so much time that has elapsed, really jurors have a really difficult job, because it has to come down to more than just memories, right? Because memories can be affected by external forces. We all know that, between memory loss or stress or anxiety or thinking something happened, and sometimes we make these memories up. All of that becomes absolutely crucial. And really, because the testimony, we couldn't see it, the jurors have to judge their credibility from what they saw, something that I wish the Court TV viewers and us could have seen, because this kind of testimony is usually the most incredible testimony, because it's up to the person who listens to decide the credibility of the witness. And I think the verdict is going to come down to the credibility of that witness for sure.
And that leads me to my thought question just quickly before the top of the hour. Silva, do you expect the defendant is going to testify? Because all they have is the word of that witness. Do you need to hear from the defendant to weigh the credibility and have a defendant try to convince you he didn't do it?
You know what, Judge Ashley, and you know this so well from all your experience, proper cross on a case like this is imperative, because you don't need the defendant to talk. Again, 2 decades has passed. That prosecution can attack his testimony so easily. If the defense attorney did his job properly, the holes that he was able to put on the credibility of that witness with the complete immunity, that's going to be as good as testimony.
Yeah, the complete immunity is huge. Silva Megerdician, we're out of time. Thank you so much for being on with us.
Yeah, ahead next hour, we are going to get you back inside of the courtroom for more of the testimony that's unfolding now in Ohio in the murder trial for Paul Hicks. And officials are releasing this new video of a second person that they want to talk to in connection with the mass shooting at Brown University last Saturday. We have crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson on the ground joining us live with an update. Keep it here on your front row seat to justice. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae. Thank you for being with us this afternoon. Before we get you to court in Ohio, we do have some updates on other cases we are tracking here at Court TV. Starting out in California, the jury has been deliberating for over 7 hours now in the cosmetic filler child killer trial for Maya Hernandez. The jury is weighing second-degree murder and involuntary manslaughter when it comes to what should happen to her in the death of her 1-year-old son, who prosecutors say she left in a hot car that reached over 100 degrees inside in June back in California. All this while she was getting a cosmetic procedure. In Wisconsin, Morgan Geyser, known for almost killing her 6th grade classmate in the 2014 Sunderman stabbing, has decided not to contest the revocation of her release privileges. You'll remember that she fled from a group home after cutting off her GPS monitor in November. The State Department of Health Services has filed a petition to revoke her conditional release from a psychiatric facility. And in Massachusetts, Brian Walsh expected to be sentenced tomorrow for the murder of his wife. He faces life in prison without the possibility of parole. We'll bring you that live tomorrow morning when it happens. Let's turn our attention though now to Rhode Island for the latest in the ongoing search for the Brown University shooter. Authorities strongly urging the public to search for and share any video that they might have of the gunman who opened fire, killing 2 students and wounding 9 others over the weekend. Right now, let's go out to Providence, where Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson is joining us now live with the latest. Matt, what can you tell us?
Julia, nice to see you. So it's day 5 of this intense manhunt here in Providence, Rhode Island. We're still here on what is the crime scene at Brown University, and we were learning new details just a few moments ago in a news briefing where we learned that there still is no known motive or connection between the suspect and the victims.
When you have a victim, you build back all other relationships. You do that in any case. And so you build a profile of your victims so you know who may have threatened them, what they may have said that might have caused somebody to react a certain way. So yeah, that work is ongoing in conjunction with all the other work we're doing. But from where I sit today, there's been no development of any evidence that suggests that that's what drove this shooter. That could change, but there's nothing that we have recovered or analyzed to date that suggests that it was specific person motivated. Again, could change, but we're 5 days out. That work is being done, and there is nothing that suggests that at this time.
It's day 5 in the investigation and still no arrests in the deadly school shooting at Brown University that left 2 students dead and 9 others injured. Today, authorities expanding the search beyond the college campus, asking the public to identify a person who may have key information right there on your screen. Police also releasing a new detailed map and timeline video of the possible suspect before and after the shooting on Saturday. Since the school shooting, the community has been on edge. Earlier today, a prayer service was held for the victims and survivors. Take a listen.
Lord, we pray especially for the families of Ella Cook, Mohammed Aziz Omer Zarkov. Hold them in your compassion, grant them comfort and peace and the resources they need during this difficult moment. We pray for all who've been injured, whether physically or traumatized emotionally. Bring a speedy and complete healing and restoration. Lord, grant our law enforcement officers and public officials the clarity, diligence, and resolve needed to carry out their work with integrity and justice.
Outside the engineering building turned crime scene, there is a growing memorial with cards and flowers. Last night, there was a prayer vigil. Some students tell me that they still feel unsafe on campus while the suspect is still at large. One woman who graduated from the university tells me that she was compelled to come back after the tragedy to see this for herself. Take a listen.
I feel like this is sort of a loss of innocence in a lot of ways, in that people just don't know how to react. They don't know if they're safe. Took a chance today coming out because I wanted to bear witness and to see things for myself, and left some flowers over by the Van Wickle gates, and hoping that just being here will be part of the healing process.
We're also receiving a late update about the others that were injured in this building during the shooting and survived. 5 remain hospitalized at this hour. That is the very latest from Brown University. I'll send it back to you, Julia.
Crime and Justice correspondent Matt Johnson monitoring the details in Rhode Island for us. Thank you for that report. Let's take you now, though, back to Ohio. We've been watching this trial together. It's day 6 in the drowned wife murder trial for Paul Hicks. He's accused of killing his wife, Regina Hicks. This all happened back in 2001. Her body was found then inside of her car in a pond days after she was reported missing. And the thing that changed this from a cold case 24 years ago to one where they could bring charges is because someone came forward, a friend of Paul Hicks, to say he witnessed this man, his best friend, pushing a car into a pond and seeing the taillights of Regina Hicks's vehicle. Let's get back into court now. We're watching testimony from a retired investigator with the Ohio State Patrol under cross-examination.
High patrol work.
Yes, sir, it is.
Especially for that particular unit, right?
For crash reconstruction, yes, sir.
Right. There's an aggravated vehicular homicide or an aggravated vehicular assault. That's the team, if it's on a state route, right, that they send to the scene.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there was no such team or specifics assigned to handle that in this case in 2001.
You would have to ask Huron County or BCI, sir. I was not asked to do that.
You're the expert, apparently.
Objection sustained.
So the answer to my question is no, that I have no direct knowledge that any kind of reconstruction was done in this case.
Is that you have no direct, sir, or me? The reconstruction that was done, the portion that I was asked to do, was to figure out where she was inside that vehicle.
And that's not good enough, is it?
I'm not sure you're...
You personally, and as you sit here today, you know of nobody who did a reconstruction of how the path of the car, the speed of the car, the resistance of the water on the car, nothing. You weren't asked to do that, right?
I was asked to look at the mechanics of how the vehicle entered the water and to figure out where she would have been positioned inside that vehicle. And that's exactly what I did, sir.
You were there to assess it, right?
Yes, sir.
But you never did any experiments to try to see what happened.
It wasn't necessary, sir.
As you sit here today, how many times have you been on the Whetstone property?
Twice.
Okay. Been 25 years.
Yes, sir.
Once in 2002.
Yes, sir.
And then once last month.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And last month you classified the picture taking and prepping for trial as a re-examination of what took place, right?
It was a re-examination of the motor vehicle, sir.
Okay. Now, you testified about someone mud in the car. You would agree with me, you're not an expert in soil transfer.
I can't go that far, sir. I understand. I was trained in blood pattern analysis in how stains and things occur on vehicle or on different target objects. I was also a criminal investigator for 19 years for the Ohio State Highway Patrol. And I processed quite a few scenes, so I understand how transfers occur, not just mud, but other types of fluids.
You agree with me, like taking a course for 3 days or a week or two doesn't make you an expert in blood pattern analysis, right?
No, sir, it doesn't.
Right. You testified in direct that you were that the property in question took pictures less than a month ago to solidify your decisions in the case?
I did not take photographs, sir.
Now, let me ask you this based upon your education and experience as a person that's done several dives, okay? I know there's no such thing, I guess, as a perfect scenario for investigation purposes. That's probably a fair statement, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there's been testimony here in front of the jury that Mr. and Miss the Whetstones, father and son, once they saw what was in the water, they tried starting to drag it out, right? Okay. And then at a point in time, law enforcement or first responders were called to the scene, right? Do you recall that when you review the materials?
Yes.
Okay. And once there was a body, they thought there was a body involved, you'd agree with me that the process would have been basically to tell everybody to get the hell away from here, right? Step away.
I'm not sure what you mean, sir.
I question one of the prior witnesses because there were no footprints found at or around the pond, okay? All the pictures in the case, let me ask you, have you seen any pictures with any like yellow tape, do not cross or crime scene tape? Did you see any of that in your photos?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay. And if we have several first responders potentially walking around, right, well, you would at least think that there would have been footprints from people in the soil.
That depends on the soil, sir. That depends on whether or not it's loose, it's solid. I couldn't testify to that, sir.
Well, we know there's clearly it's a pond and there's water and there's mud, right?
At some point, yes, sir, there would be.
Now, you used the magic words, apparently. Did the answer to the question Mr. Caceros asked you, is it consistent with? You understand that something is consistent with doesn't mean it's proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yes, sir, I understand that.
And you would agree with that, correct?
They can be the same, but not always the same, sir.
One moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Mr. Wells.
Thank you, sir.
You think Regina Hicks crawled into the car?
Absolutely not, sir.
You mean she walked into the car?
Absolutely not, sir.
Why wasn't it necessary to do some sort of reconstruction?
In looking at the photographs and the explanation that I received from the detectives at the time, and the examination of the marks that were at the A-pillar, there was no need to do anything other than the look at it, because I was there to understand body reflow, body position. Could she have moved from driver's side to passenger side? And the answer was no, she couldn't move from the driver's side to the passenger side. So there was no true need to do a whole bunch of additional experiments and things of that nature.
You used the term more than once, mechanics of investigation.
Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
Within the mechanics of the investigation, there are techniques that we use that will bleed over from one discipline to another, or one type of crime to another. For instance, I teach in the crime scene course that evidence that you have from a range of different things. A lot of stuff will lean back to the investigative techniques that you would use for following the money or tracking an individual, seeing how an individual in their behaviors, what they do, what occurs. And so it's understanding human behavior and things that occur systematically from one discipline to another, from one crime to another, and understanding that some of the things that we do can help us reinforce what we talk about or what we do in our investigative techniques from one side to another.
You wrote the Detective's Guide to Underwater Crime Scene. I
did, sir.
What is that?
It is the manual that we use for the 3-day school for the course, the Detective's Guide to the Underwater Crime Scene. And it's the course that's sanctioned by Stark State College. And again, it was provided to the evidence response team from the Cleveland Division of the FBI.
And does the country use that?
South Africa, I actually taught at the International Police Diver Symposium up in Toronto, Canada. And
opening the door.
At this point, I'm going to ask the discontinue that line of question.
No further questions.
Very good. Anything?
No, sir.
All right. We do thank you for your testimony here today. I can excuse you from the stand. I'm going to ask if you do not discuss your testimony with anyone in fact the jury is appropriate. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, that wraps up the investigator's testimony. He is leaving the stand. We're going to pause it there because a new witness is about to take the stand. We'll take you back to Ohio for this cold case turned into a trial against Paul Hicks. Stay with us.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, a Hollywood icon and his wife stabbed to death and their own son charged with their murders. Our teams are live with the latest in the murders of Rob and Michelle Reiner.
Closing Arguments tonight at 8, 7 Central, only on Court TV. Join Court TV's Vinnie Politan with the latest and breaking true crime stories.
Now, let's look at the other side of all of that.
Vinnie Politan Investigates tonight, 9, 8 Central, only on Court TV.
Is Paul Hicks's best friend telling the truth or lying? He is the star witness in the prosecution's case. He opted out of being on camera today, but he told the jury there in Ohio that he saw a fight going on between the defendant and his wife 24 years ago, and then saw her unconscious body inside of her car before that car was then driven to a pond and then placed in it. Let's get back into the courtroom now. There is a witness on the stand that we were permitted to record. It's a special agent with the Ohio Bureau of Investigation, now on the stand in the drowned wife murder trial of Paul Hicks.
You actually go through a promotion process to where you go through an oral board examination. It's just not that you're handpicked. You actually have to go through a promotion testing process.
And when you joined BCI in 2024, were you assigned to a case?
Yes, in July of 2024, now retired Special Agent Chris Hamburg, back in 2017, was actually assigned the Regina Hicks cold case homicide. And then when he had announced his retirement, was getting ready to retire in July of 2024, then that assignment, I replaced him. That case was ultimately turned over to me, and I was handed over the case in July of 2024.
So we had earlier testimony that Chris Hamburg retired in 2021. When did he actually retire?
His last day of employment with the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation was actually July 30th of 2024.
So when you took over this investigation from Chris, what did you have to do?
So I had actually met with Special Prosecutions, and I had met with Lori Braunschweiger, and I had met with Chris Hamburg. We had a meeting at the BCI Bowling Green office to basically kind of give me an outline of what had happened, what they have done, and where we were trying to go. Basically the game plan. We had an investigative plan, so-called a game plan moving forward, is to individuals who needed to be interviewed and spoke with, any follow-up, and then continue to move forward from there. So we sat there and talked about what we needed to do, and then that's what I did, working with Lori and Special Prosecutions, moving forward with the investigation.
And did you have a list that was created of people who needed at one point in time to be interviewed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many people were on that list?
Well, the initial list was, I believe, 174 people. By the time I got it, we had it down to around approximately 40 to 50 people that we still needed to try to interview with people who could potentially have information to this particular case.
And did you go out and interview people?
Yes, I did.
And who are some of the people that you interviewed?
So I went out and I interviewed Derek Hall. I interviewed family members of the defendant, family members of the decedent, and also friends of the decedent and the defendant.
And you interviewed the defendant's girlfriend?
Yes.
And other people associated with the defendant?
Yes.
As part of the plan that we discussed, was there a plan to interview Steve Gates?
Yes, there was a plan to interview Steve Gates after he had attempted to be spoken with and obviously exercised his Fifth Amendment right. He then he handed Mr. Caceres a card stating that his attorney was Bernard Davis, who was located out of Mansfield, Ohio.
And as we've heard in this courtroom, we ended up meeting with Bernard Davis and Steve Gates in Mansfield, Ohio?
Yes, we did.
And what did Bernard Davis want on behalf of Steve Gates?
Bernard Davis was looking for immunity for Mr. Gates.
And did the state agree to ask the court to provide them with immunity?
Yes.
And was that provided?
Yes, it was.
Have you been out to the Whetstone Pond?
Yes, I have.
I'm going to show you with the marks. States Exhibits 90A through I. What are Exhibits 90A through I?
These are all photographs of the pond from different angles on Section Line Road 30.
And are they true and accurate photographs of the pond occurs today?
Yes, sir.
Have you looked at the photographs from 2002?
Yes.
2001?
Yes.
Any difference in the lead up or carry up or the embankment of the pond?
No, all the photographs that I have seen from the initial scene from the night that the vehicle was pulled or removed from the pond, clear up until now, everything is relatively similar from the way it was back in October 22nd of 2001.
There are some differences, however, with respect to are the differences with growth of trees?
Yes.
And water level?
Correct.
And what was the water level like in 2001?
So in 2001, from those pictures, you could obviously tell because of the county or whoever used the dirt from the pond being dug to obviously build the overpass for the railroad. It had taken time for that pond to fill up, and it was not completely filled because the pond was outlined with gravel around the pond, and then below that gravel level was a level of just obvious dirt, indicating that the level of the water was not completely full at that point in time.
So other than the water level and the growth, is everything else basically the same?
Yes, sir.
We're looking at Exhibit 90A. What are we looking at?
So we're looking at the pond. This is off of Section Line Road 30. This is the access going onto the property, the Whetstone property, going to the pond. This is actually on the northeast portion of the pond. The pond sits on the west side of the roadway. Obviously, Section Line Road goes north and south. The pond is on the west side of the roadway.
90B.
So this would be the main access point going in, to where the pond is located on the property. Obviously, you have the concrete barriers up there, and then you have a no trespassing sign, and you also have what they call a dry fire hydrant, to where, like, volunteer fire departments, if there's a fire in the area and they need to retrieve water, that's what that hydrant there is for.
All right, we're stepping away from this testimony from this witness who is expected to be one of the last witnesses for the prosecution in their case. Let's bring in our guest, criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Josh Colesrud is with us. Josh, so good to have you. This case is an unusual one for so many reasons, and one of the biggest ones is everything that's being talked about. All these investigators who are getting on the stand, they are recalling something that they looked into 24 plus years ago. That is a challenge in itself, but also that the crack in the case was not DNA, was not some change in terms of the physical evidence, but yet they have testimony from a best friend who came forward. Let's start with the cold case element of this. That can be really challenging for prosecutors. Can you talk about what things have to happen on the front end in a case like this?
Well, I'll tell you, cold cases are always tough. Witnesses' memories fade. You have to go over evidence again. And generally speaking, the crime scenes aren't fresh. So you're looking at the evidence as it was recorded, in this case, over 20 years ago. But on top of that, the prosecution, they felt like they needed to offer a deal, an immunity deal, to the defendant's former partner because they felt like they needed corroboration, that their case wasn't strong enough without something else to corroborate what the witnesses were hearing on the witness stand. Now, what I mean by that is that, when you have any case like this, what you want is a witness to be believed. And a jury, when they hear that somebody has immunity, they don't necessarily like that. But if it is corroborated by the evidence, it does become very powerful. And in a case like this, it could be just enough to push it over the finish line.
I think those are really good points. So we have this friend, Stephen Gates, who opted today not to be on camera or have his audio recorded. There is a law in Ohio that certain witnesses are able to opt out if they want from being on camera. We were hopeful that we'd get to see this witness after 24 years telling the truth this time. There was a problem with things he said to police back when it happened in 2001, where he denied knowing anything about the disappearance of Regina Hicks. And then in 2015, there was also this questioning of him, a proffer. Everything in the proffer is not the same as what he said today. I mean, these jurors, do you think they need to hear from Paul Hicks in this case, or is he going to stay silent in all of this?
You know, in my opinion, I think that in cases like this, it's important for jurors to hear from the defendant. You know, the defense attorney needs to obviously prep his witness, his client, but a jury wants to hear why the defendant didn't do this from his own mouth. Because if you're charged with murder, especially something that is a cold case, they want to know why you didn't do this, not just from the evidence, but from the defendant's own mouth. So, you know, I obviously he doesn't have to take the witness stand, and they can't hold that against him. However, you know, their prosecution, I think, does have the momentum because of the immunity. You know, if they didn't have that, you know, I think that he could probably gamble and not do it, but I think that he does need to do it in this case.
Okay, interesting take on that, Josh. Stand by, though. We have to get to a break so we can get in for more testimony. When we come back, we're going to hear more from that former officer on the stand in the drowned wife murder trial for Paul Hicks. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae. Thank you for being with us as we bring you the final witness in day 6 of testimony in the drowned wife murder trial for Paul Hicks. He's charged with 3 counts of murder and 1 count of kidnapping in the death of his estranged wife, Regina Hicks, whose body was found in her submerged car back in 2001. It wasn't until 24 years later that police got the break that they needed in the case. A close associate of Hicks's, Stephen Gates, came forward with information in exchange for immunity. And Gates testified today, but per the judge's order, we could not record his testimony. But here's some of what he said in court. We have our team inside who is taking notes. And here's a quote from it. Gates saying, "All I remember is seeing taillights up in the air." Taillights from Regina Hicks's car. Paul Hicks was muddy. She was all muddy also. I was kind of in shock. Paul came out of the pond wet and got into the car with me. He made a phone call and left her a voicemail. He told me, "You're involved." The prosecutor then asked, "What was your response to that?" Gates said, "In hindsight, I was just a dumb kid. I didn't know what I was doing. I just remember the threats over the years to me, my family, and my cattle." So that's what happened today. These jurors heard from that star witness who changed the outcome in this case that led to those charges. And we're listening to a special agent with the Ohio Bureau of Investigation who's under direct examination.
This would also be another picture of the pond. This would be just to the left of the concrete barriers and obviously the dry fire hydrant and the no trespassing sign. So this would be just to the left. Here again, a left but a closer up photograph of the concrete barriers. And actually, the angle that this picture is being taken is facing to the northwest from this angle.
And what can you see with respect to the hill?
The hill, you can see the incline, and then obviously you have grass on that hill leading up to the embankment.
90F.
Here again, this is another photograph taken from the northeast portion of the pond, just left of the concrete barriers and just left of that access driveway going into the pond area or to the property.
90G.
Another picture to the left of the concrete barrier. It's a closer photograph of going up the embankment just right before you get to the body of water of the actual pond.
90H.
This is another picture to the left of the concrete barriers going up the embankment of the pond with the grass. It's cut a little bit, but it's going up to the embankment to the main body of water.
95.
And here again is another overall photograph to the left of the concrete pillar going up the embankment to the body of water. Obviously, you can see the body of water there at this point. And here again, this is also taken from the northeast corner of the pond.
Thank you. And some exhibits. What is exhibit 4-0?
So this exhibit here would be a report of Joanne Gibb, who is an agent who works for BCI&I out of the cyber unit, and she works and does extractions for cell phones. And back in 2020, this would have happened. This report was created on January 6th of 2022, where she attempted to do an extraction of Regina Hicks's cell phone that was found in the vehicle.
And what's a cell phone extraction?
A cell phone extraction is where we now have the capability of removing numerous amounts of data from your cell phone, because here again, that's a way of life nowadays, and all the information through apps, phone calls, text messaging, voicemails that are left, anything, missed phone calls, received phone calls, all that data is collected on the phone, and as long as the cyber unit agents have the capability of doing so and have the proper equipment, they can extract that information from a cell phone.
And was an extraction attempted?
Yes, sir.
And what were the results?
The results is they were not able to get an extraction because there was too much damage to the phone with the water, with being submerged in the water.
Is this exhibit 40, the document kept the record reports of business of BCI?
Yes, sir.
Something BCI normally keeps?
Yes, sir.
And that's that place in front of you, States Exhibit 38Y. What is States Exhibit 38Y?
So this would be a summary of all of the lab reports and lab submission sheets that was conducted throughout the course of this investigation through the lab, whether it be through DNA and trace and any other lab reports, that DNA analysis, fingerprints, all the testimony that you guys have heard with other agents through DNA, fingerprints, and trace. This is a summary of all the lab submissions and the findings.
Is that your accurate summary?
Yes, sir.
60?
60. So this is a docket from
We do have to step aside for a break. When we come back, we are going to get to the rest of the state's case there in Ohio. Also, take a look at the bottom of your screen. We have just cleared the 8-hour mark in the California case against Maya Hernandez. This jury still at it in the hot car death where this mom went to a cosmetic procedure and her little son, Emilio, died inside of that car. We'll have all of the latest from both of those courtrooms if something changes after this. Don't go anywhere.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, a Hollywood icon and his wife stabbed to death and their own son charged with their murders. Our teams are live with the latest in the murders of Rob and Michelle Reiner.
Closing Arguments tonight at 8, 7 Central, only on Court TV.
I'm going to ask you a lot of personal questions.
From the crime scene to the courtroom, this is Victim to Verdict.
Everyone has this heightened sense of anticipation.
Let's get you back inside of that courtroom now in Ohio, where a special agent with the Ohio Bureau of Investigation is on the stand now under cross-examination.
Agent Burke, you had the opportunity to be in the courtroom during the entire time during testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it's undisputed based upon prior witnesses' testimony in the phone records that there were 2 phone messages left from Paul to Regina's home phone, yes, sir?
Yes, sir.
And there were 2 phone calls left on her cell phone from Paul, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you heard those phone calls here in this very courtroom, right?
I did.
Right. And you'd agree with me, there was no nasty phone call from Paul to her?
There were phone messages, and I did not hear anything.
Right. No, you didn't hear Paul say, where the fuck you at?
I did not.
Thank you, sir.
Anything based on that?
No, Your Honor.
All right, very good. We do thank you for your
Brief moment of that cross-examination there of the special investigator by the defense. Now, keep in mind, this defense did not put on an opening statement, so we're getting closer and closer to knowing if we're going to hear their theory of the case and whether the defendant is going to take the stand. Let's go back in and see what happens next.
Mr. Saracen, does the city have any further witnesses to present?
No, Your Honor. Subject to the admissibility of the government's evidence with the state arrest.
All right. And Mr. Rich, does the defense wish to produce evidence at this time?
No, Your Honor.
And do you wish to have any further statement prior to instructing the jury? Other than closing statement.
Your Honor, we'll take up the issues we discussed in chambers outside the presence of the jury.
All right, very good. The court then, at this time, upon the resting of the parties, would indicate that at this point you still can't discuss the case amongst yourselves. You can't discuss it with anyone else, and you can't begin to form or express opinions about the case until we have it to you for deliberation. You're still going to hear the arguments of counsel as to closing, and you're going to hear the instructions of the court before you begin to deliberate. It would be inappropriate to begin your determination until you receive all of those things as well as the evidence that's been presented here today. So we're going to ask you to keep the same instruction that we have up to this point. Make sure that you don't discuss the case with anyone. Make sure no one discusses it with you. Avoid all avenues of media, whether it be internet, on TV, or through the written media. Make sure that you are attentive to that because it has gotten substantial publicity and will likely continue to do so. There is substantial work that both the court and the parties have to do before the presentation to you for those instructions and closing. And I do not want you to be here sitting waiting for that work to be done. Given the hour of the day, that's going to take substantial time and probably would take the majority of tomorrow before we would be ready. I've talked to the attorneys, and they agree it would be appropriate to have you come back here first thing on Friday morning for those purposes. Otherwise, I feel that we would not be making good use of your time. So the intention would be to begin at 8:45 on Friday. We will have at that point the closing arguments of counsel. We will do the instructions of law, and then you'll begin your deliberations. At that time, you can begin to discuss the case amongst yourselves during your deliberations, and we'll give you the appropriate instructions for it. Given that we're going to have the case to you on either late Friday morning or beginning of Friday afternoon, I'm going to indicate that I think it would be appropriate to have you kept here for purposes of lunch. So on Friday, you would be free to bring your own lunch if you wish to bring one, or the court will provide. I will warn you, we typically provide subs, pizza, that kind of thing. So if you have an aversion to that type of food, you may want to bring something on your own. So it'd be my intention to do that. In addition, the court's general practice is if we do end a case on a Friday, then we typically allow the jury to make the determination as to how long we might stay that day. I don't know how long it will take you to make a decision. I don't want you to rush in that matter in any fashion, and we won't put any pressure on you to do so. If we need to stay after 5 o'clock on Friday, the court will make arrangements for that as well, and we'll make that clear to you. I've already indicated to counsel that they would be required to stay here as late as the jury determines would be appropriate. As far as those instructions, anything further, gentlemen, that you want to put on the record tonight?
No, Your Honor.
No, sir. All right, very good. Again, it's going to be a little bit of a break for you. Very careful with the media, okay? There's an awful lot of it out there. I know it's difficult. I know it's going to be difficult not to discuss it with your family and friends as well, but it'd be inappropriate to do so until we give you your instructions and the final arguments, okay? So we will see you at 8:45 on Friday.
And there you have it. Court is adjourned. This jury going home. The defense not putting on a case at all. This jury, at this point, has not heard anything from the defense outside of cross-examination. Let's bring back in criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Josh Colesrud. Josh, I got to get your opinion on how the defense has handled this so far. The defense has presented everything. They even opted out of an opening statement, so everything rests on this closing on Friday.
You know, I was so surprised by what I just heard. It's almost unheard of that a defense attorney wouldn't provide any opening statement. Now, let me tell you why this is so important. An opening statement, it tells the jury like what you're framing the issues as. And as a defense attorney, in a case like this especially, you want to warn the jury about some of the evidence they're going to hear. For example, you know, the immunity, how old some of the witnesses' memories are going to be, and you know why they shouldn't believe everything that the state is going to throw at them. You know, juries want to hear stories. They want to make sense of all the evidence. And if you don't give them something, they're just going to borrow what the state is giving them, and that's the lens that they're going to be looking at the evidence for. Now, there are occasions where I do see defense attorneys doing this when they actually have evidence to put on, like their client is either going to take the witness stand or they're going to present some type of witness testimony. You know, I don't agree with doing the second opening in a case in chief because, again, I think that momentum matters, but that would be the time to do it. And if you don't put on any evidence and you don't do an opening, this is a game of chess. You just lost your queen, and it creates an ineffective assistance of counsel on appeal. This is huge, and this could be the case for the defendant because in closing arguments, right now, all the defense has is playing with logic and looking backwards, but juries don't make decisions based on logic. They want a story that fits right, that makes them feel good, and the prosecution has already given them the lens in which to do this. So this is huge.
Yeah, it almost feels like a white flag for the defense. Like they are just going to leave the state's case as it is in front of this jury. But of course, we are going to be hanging on every word of these closing arguments because that's the only time we're going to hear from this defense. I want to ask you one thing about the star witness, because really that's what matters. Do you believe Steve Gates or do you not? And when the defense cross-examined him, I know we couldn't record it, but just to give an idea to this, to our viewers about what was said, this was from the cross-examination. They asked him, here's something from the direct, and then I'll talk about the cross. I remember looking in the car and I saw Regina crumpled up in the passenger side floor. Where was the defendant? Outside. Josh, in cross, they didn't come back and say there was any motivation he could have to lie. What do you think about that?
Well, you know, when you cross-examine the state's main witness, you have to have main points that you want to get across to hurt their credibility. And when you hear what you just said, you don't hear that they hit that point. And it sounds, and we know that this witness is material to the case. That is, that the prosecution felt that this witness was so important that they gave him immunity. And so, you know, as a defense attorney, everything is based upon what your cross is going to show in this situation right now. And they must affect the credibility as much as possible.
Yeah, Josh Colesrud, thank you so much for all of your analysis of this case. We do have to hit a break because we've reached the top of the hour, but stay with us. We've got to get to this break, but when we come back, the conversation continues on our newest show here on Court TV. Join me next hour and our Power Panel. We're going to examine all sides of the most talked about cases and trials here on Court TV. It's Court of Opinion coming your way after this.